Everyone, thank you for attending. In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, the notice requirements have been satisfied. The meeting dates for the year are confirmed at the annual meeting, are posted on the public bulletin board in the lobby of the Municipal Center, and published in the record within the first 10 days of the new year. Notice of this meeting via the November 13, 2018 Sunshine Notice has been sent to the Record, Suburbanite, and Northern Valley Press, has been posted on the bulletin board in the lobby of the Municipal Center and the Borough website. Just so everybody understands the format for tonight, as usual, it's a combined meeting. We start with a work session, and then we have a public meeting. But tonight, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to go to the first two items on the agenda, the second one being historic designation of downtown properties. We have a historian from our HPC, T. Robin Brown, who had made a presentation to the HPC. Members of the council wanted to hear from her, so she will be given an opportunity to speak. When she is finished, the council will be questioning her. At the end of that questioning, we will have a recess for the work session and go to the public meeting and the public hearing on the historic designations, at which time members of the public will absolutely have an opportunity to speak at that particular point in time before the council decides what, if anything, they want to do with the ordinances. So without further ado, the first item on the agenda is the vacant property registration ordinance. Okay.
So this, just so everybody knows, is an ordinance that we have passed already, and we need to make an amendment to the definitions. It's an ordinance that requires any vacant stores in our town to register, to have a pristine store condition, to incur fees if they are vacant for a certain period of time, with escalating fees if they remain vacant. The goal of this, of course, is to help encourage our owners and our landlords to market their stores and the residential properties that are vacant. We want to see them filled, obviously, for our downtown. So,
Yes, in other words, our downtown suffers the same issues that other downtowns of this size face. There are vacant stores, many of which are vacant for a long period of time. We've got the impression that in many cases, the property owner has not shown much of an interest in marketing them, and we're just trying to give them a little encouragement to market them, because we'd like to get rid of as many vacant storefronts as possible. Bill?
Yeah, there was, we had some going back and forth on a couple of changes to the ordinance that we passed. One of the suggestions was to remove the exemption for properties that were being actively, that had no violations, that were actively being marketed. Concern there with respect to the commercials was that there are commercial properties that are vacant, and although in compliance, there has been no effort at all to seriously market them, even though they may be listed. So the suggestion that I move that exemption, I thought was unfair to residential properties, and I wanted to see what everybody thought. I had proposed a change to say that residential properties that were in compliance, there were no code violations, and were being actively marketed for sale, should be exempt from the designation as a vacant property that has to pay a fee to register, because taxpayers that want to sell their property, they pay taxes, they expect services to be provided to them, police and fire and everything, as long as they maintain their property. I don't think it would be fair to charge those residents a registration fee for residences. But commercial property is different. They're in the downtown. For those commercial properties in downtown that are vacant and stay vacant for more than 3 months, and just because you put a sign in the window that says for rent shouldn't exempt them from registration and registration fees. So I did make a change. I did send Councilwoman Dayton a copy of that change. I don't think you've seen that yet. Also, there was another thing. There was the issue of commercial units. Someone brought up that there may be one building that had multiple commercial units. If one unit is rented, but, 3 units are empty, should those be registered? So I did propose a change to designate commercial rental units separately to be registered. Again, I don't think you guys decided one way or the other on that.
Any thoughts or comments?
I think when we initially wrote the ordinance, we had discussed that each individual store or unit within a property would be counted on its own, so that if 4 out of the 5 are filled, but the 5th isn't, that 5th one could be considered vacant under the ordinance. So what's happening is that they're saying, well, the rest of the building is filled, so we're not vacant, when the code enforcer comes around, and we need to tweak this so that we are clear on our meaning.
So I agree with you. The whole point of this is to make sure that every single piece of the property that is presented in town is kept clean, it's kept free of debris, without debris, it's basically presentable. So if you have 3 properties that are rented, 2, but those 2 are in a state of disrepair and produce a negative impression for other people in town, we should take steps to make sure that they are also clean. So each of the rental units, if you want to name it like that, should be kept in a pristine order, so the town doesn't look abandoned in any type of form.
I have a question. So if it's a 5-unit building, 3 are rented, 2 are vacant, but they are in compliance and everything, you're still going to consider them vacant?
Well, I made that change, but to be the, devil's advocate here, from the property owner's perspective, you say, listen, what we're trying to prevent are investors who invest in property, and they don't care if it's rented or not. We do have that, actually, where they say, you know what, I can park my money by buying a commercial property in Tenafly. I know I'm not going to lose value. I don't care if I'm making money on it at all. And they leave the entire building vacant. But should we be charging a landlord who's been trying to rent 2 of his 4 units or even 1 of his 3 units in a commercial property, charging him a registration fee for that vacant commercial unit when we know that it's, if he's renting 2 of the 3, he wants a 3rd one rented. Do we really want to just cover a building that's completely vacant because, they bought it for investment purposes? And they don't care if it's rented or not.
Here's the reality, though, of what's happening in our downtown. We are having 2 stores out of 4 rented. The other 2 have old signs, debris, they're not being maintained, and the guy's saying, well, they're up for rent, and he's not invested here, he's not in touch with our borough, he's not in touch with our buildings department, he's not receiving any code violations at the moment because there's nothing to enforce. What this does is it says, look, at a minimum, you have to register with us. At a minimum, you have to clean up your property, and then we come around and we see in 3 or 6 months, what that does. If it's actively being marketed and stuff, he may apply for a variance. There's an exception here, and it's a one-time exception for a business owner that's trying to fill it. But I don't see that happening in our town. I think that the 2 empty ones are staying empty and unkept.
Well, keep in mind, if you're talking about the building at the end of Washington Street,
That's one.
that's one. Okay, so that was, I think, 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 5 were vacant for the longest period of time. And the sense I got from brokers was there was no response from the landlord. So that, I think, would have been eligible for discussion. Now you've got 1 new store in there. Apparently, they are actively trying to market it. And once again, I think the question becomes, who's going to make the decision as to, is it being actively marketed, or, are they falling into the definition of this ordinance?
But that's why we want to take that out of the definition, because it is too unclear.
Yeah, it's
to the-
subjective.
So for a commercial property, we want to take out of the definition actively marketed. And instead, we want to say pristine working order, fire safety, secured locks, secured doors, signage off, good working condition, so that a prospective buyer will come and look at it.
Well, 2 questions. One is pristine the word we're really looking for? I mean,
Is that what's in-
most businesses that are active are not pristine. That's number 1.
No.
Number 2, you know, when we take, you talk about taking off signage, somebody once said to me, we have a couple of stores that have the old signs up. Are we better off with the old sign up or no sign at all?
I personally don't think the old signs are attractive. You know, they're the old
I'm,
business that
I'm
doesn't
asking the
exist
question, not,
anymore.
not
If the
answering it.
business doesn't exist, there's no point in leaving that business.
But what you have up there is like an empty billboard. And
But it's
how-
showing
how
available.
attractive is
But
that?
does it matter? We're not looking at that as a point. I mean, why are we talking if a sign is there or not?
Well, she talked about removing all signage. And
Well,
I'm just saying is
removing
that
all
before
signage
you,
that is destructive. If that is something that basically complements the building, it's not a
you know,
problem.
we have a property maintenance code for homes, whether they're vacant or not. I think a property maintenance code should also apply to the
Yeah,
stores.
Exactly.
That's all.
There isn't.
There is, there
Yeah,
is,
there
but
It's just not enforced, I guess.
it's not as enforced as we'd like it to be.
As rigorously as we would like it.
Yeah.
Well, but signs, besides the fact that it may be governed by a sign ordinance, is either comes under property maintenance if it's
Yeah.
in disrepair, or in terms of having the sign there or not, is a land use issue.
Yeah, exactly.
So right now, the only thing on the table that we have to decide is whether we want to take the words, the sentence that discusses a commercial property after it's marketed out, because basically our code enforcer has come back and said, nobody's vacant in our
Yeah.
downtown, under that definition. So if we want to tweak that, this is our opportunity.
Yeah,
So
I think we should.
here's my opinion. There is no question that that's a very subjective matter, if it's marketed or not. Everybody's going to say, of course it's marketed. And that becomes a kind of unenforceable type of resolution. So, of course, what we want to be able to show that the town has every single building is well-maintained, even if it's marketed or not, it's immaterial.
Okay,
So I would
So
say,
that's,
I think that as long as the exception applies to residential properties,
Yeah.
they don't care so much,
I'm okay with
you
that.
know?
yes, absolutely, we are okay with
So,
that.
Okay.
is it the consensus of the council here that we're going to remove that phrase?
We remove, but we're
From
gonna,
commercial.
and we're
From
gonna,
Commercial.
yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to move on. You said it
Okay.
was gonna be 5 minutes, it's 15.
You got it.
Oh, boy.
That doesn't bode well. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the discussion of the historic designations for downtown properties. And Ms. Brown, welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. Your report that you gave to the HPC was very thorough and well done. The council would like to get a sense of what your feelings are, and then I'm sure they'll have some questions for you. So feel free to come up to the microphone.
Just so, the report that was prepared is available for people over here in front on the table. If anybody's interested, we have copies of the report.
So, Ms. Brown, if you don't mind, just state your name for the record, and also, I know you're well qualified, but just give a simple sense of who you are.
Happy to do that. My name is T. Robbins Brown. I'm
You're
a
going to
cons-
need to speak closer to the mic, because I know you had a cold.
I have bronchitis. So if I start coughing, please excuse me.
That's okay, but cough into the mic.
My name is T. Robbins Brown. That well?
Perfect.
I'm a consultant in architectural history and historic preservation. And my background is I graduated from Mount Holyoke College with a major in history and a minor in art history. And then I received a master's in architectural history from the University of Virginia, where I was a Thomas Jefferson Scholar. After that, I worked in the State Historic Preservation Office for New York, and I worked for them in several positions, one on their National Register staff, where I was in charge of quite a few counties, including all of those in New York City for the National Register program. And I also worked for them in their restoration of state-owned sites doing research for historic structures reports. I also have worked in the State Historic Preservation Office of the District of Columbia. The City of Washington is a little unique entity, sort of quasi-federal municipality, but I certainly got to work with some outstanding buildings, including one of those knock-you-dead, high-style, neoclassical, early 20th century banks. Did a National Register form for that. After that, I've worked as a consultant for a number of different agencies, including the U.S. General Services Administration and the state of Connecticut. Probably my most interesting National Register form for the state of Connecticut was the Philip Johnson's house, glass house in New Canaan, which was really fun. But I also have done many my interest actually has always been in the diversity of our architecture, which means that not only am I interested in the buildings designed by the finest architects in the country in the past and present, I am interested in those buildings which make up our communities and our general heritage. And they may be what we call run-of-the-mill, but they're our own community's character. And I have long been interested in vernacular architecture and in industrial architecture and the full picture of what makes America great, not just those that are the wealthiest houses and the associated with the most significant individuals, the sort that tourists go to, but also those that make each community a special place. And one of my jobs for many years was working for Bergen County, coordinating the Bergen County Historic Site Survey, which is 70 municipalities, and at one point it took about 5 years for the survey to be completed, and I actually had a staff of 5 at times, and I did some of the reports, but edited all of them. I actually wrote the Tenafly report, which I was very lucky in that Tenafly had and has always had outstanding municipal local historians. And Virginia Mosley, who was your historian back in the 70s, came and said, when are you going to do us? And I said, we're working from the south north. And she said, well, what can I do to make it better for you when you get here so you have the best possible report? And so I said, well, we do research on the various buildings. And she said, well, which ones? And so I did, at the beginning, do a windshield survey and identified buildings that were likely to be included. And during the sort of 4 years that Virginia was waiting for me to get to Tenafly, she prepared research files on all those buildings. So Tenafly actually got a much better survey than most of the municipalities because of Virginia Mosley. And you have always, I think, had the opportunity of having municipal people in the historian and historic preservation field who had done that extra thing so that you have had excellent results and information. After the survey was completed, I worked for the Bergen County as their historic preservation officer for many years. I then left and did other things. I've worked as a historic preservation consultant. Bergen County hired me back as a consultant. If you want dates, I could tell you, but and fairly recently, and they were updating the survey, but they had me as a consultant part-time and a part-time assistant, so that went very slowly and is still ongoing.
Well, I'm going to suggest, because of your voice, I think we'll all accept you as an expert, and most of us are familiar with the work that you've done on behalf of the HPC over the years. It's been excellent. So why don't you proceed with what's going on downtown?
Okay, I read I didn't read, I listened to the minutes of the meeting, in which more recently that we're discussing the First National Bank Buildings nomination and the Theater Buildings nomination. And I'm happy to make comments on things that were said that I think probably, is that what you would like me to do?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hewitt emphasized the criteria that the Tenafly should be using for designation, and I think he misunderstood Tenafly's criteria, and while it has similarities with the state and national register of historic places criteria, it is significantly different because the thing it says, first and foremost, is that the sites of a particular historical, architectural, scenic, and architectural significance to the borough of Tenafly, the county of Bergen, the state of New Jersey, or to the nation. So the first thing that is supposed to be significant is to the borough of Tenafly. And the national and state say local significance, and often a national and state interpret local in various ways. It could be county being local or regional being local. There is no question that the local significance for the historic preservation designation by the borough is what is significant to the borough of Tenafly. So that things associated with locally significant people are important, things associated with locally significant architects and builders are also important, and that meets the criteria for importance. So it's quite different than the state and national standards. Similar but different. So that and so that what officials in Trenton or Washington say are not applicable to your actions. The boards in Tenafly, by state legislation, are enabled to make designations. The Historic Preservation Commission, by state legislation, has experts as well as citizens, which gives it a higher level of review importance. And your board does have the proper makeup, and then the power to designate is vested in the mayor and council as the people most able to determine what is historically and architecturally significant for your own community. I also thought Mr. Holmes and Mr. Winslow were a bit degraded. They, as your report shows, they were a leading firm on the East Coast designing bank buildings. If you look at the report attachment, which I found an addendum about them, for many years I didn't know who had designed the bank. With the advent of Google Books putting a lot of newspapers and magazines on, you do a few searches and you come up with wonderful leads. And that's how I discovered it in 1927, who the firm was. And they were significant bank designers, and most significantly, the Tenafly Bank building was published in the Architectural Forum in 1926, had a 2-page spread. If you want to see it, I can show it to you. An Architectural Forum was a major professional publication of the architecture industry, and the fact that the building was published is a kudo. It was circulated nationally as being a very fine bank building. And Mr. Holmes had a long biography in the 1939 Encyclopedia of American Biography, so that it's, I think, his maybe wasn't nationally important, that's questionable, but he certainly was regionally important. And then Mr. Hewitt's statement that every municipality has a similar kind of bank building. Well, Bergen County has 70 municipalities, and I will tell you, having coordinated the Bergen County Historic Survey, back when we completed and we were looking for nice banks, we may be included, and some of these were in historic districts, 10 to 15, and by the completion of the survey in the 1980s. There was certainly not one in every community. And Tenafly's one stands out. I do not know if any of the other 10 or 15 were published in architectural journals. I haven't recently researched the others. It's very possible that one or two were, but I think Tenafly's being published is fairly unique. The other comment was a reference to the building being two buildings, and they're on the same tax lot, and it's no question architecturally that the 1961 section is an addition and not a separate building. That's my comments on First National Bank. Do you want to ask me more questions about First National Bank?
Well, the first question that I would have is, for example, where building codes are concerned, a local building code in Tenafly is superseded by the state code. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Someone activated the panic button.
We haven't panicked yet.
Someone hit the panic button.
Help Peter, Phil.
My,
There's water for you, too.
I understand, though, tell me if what my understanding of this is correct, that the state and federal guidelines for designation give weight to the local criteria.
Yes.
But in cases, are there cases where the state criteria supersede the local criteria?
If the building was being nominated to the state and national register, their criteria was superseded, but not on a local designation,
Which is what we're doing.
which you're doing.
Okay. Questions, please? Anybody?
I have a question. There was a statement by Wells Fargo that there was no historic materials used. Do you know whether that's the cast
Stone is a perfectly acceptable historic material.
Thank
It might be nicer to have real stone, but in truth, it was widely used in the early 20th century, and we had terracotta and earlier cast iron all being sort of reproducing stone, but in other materials, and it's been consistent through architectural history that you've had substitute materials, and there's no problem with them being in historic fabric.
I have a few questions, if I may. My name is Matt Spash. First of all, thank you so much for the work you've done.
Yes.
It shows so much dedication, and we want to thank you. It doesn't matter what the decision is today. You did a great job, so I want to thank you personally. There were a few questions regarding the facade of the theater, and I want to ask you something. We had an accident in, I think, early 60 that required that the facade to be rebuilt and redone. How does that affect the historical nomination of the facade? Because we're only looking to preserve the facade as a historic part of the.
One of the things I also meant to mention, and particularly local vernacular architecture.
Talk into the mic, please.
It is that buildings are significant not just from the point they're built or the point they're remodeled. They're significant for their continuing history. And both of these buildings have significant continuing history. The bank building actually has remained different bank institutions, but a bank since its construction. And so in the history of the financial and economic history of Tenafly, it has played a significant role. And until recent banks have become national and multinational, your local bank was led by local citizens and gave the bank mortgages and the loans here and held them here. And they were key to the whole development of the community. Now, banking institutions have evolved, but this building has evolved through this continuing economic history so that it doesn't have just one point that's important. You can sort of say it has a continuing history of importance. And the same can be said for the theater. Now, the theater has roots in an earlier, sort of 1916 building, but it got remodeled in the mid-20s, and actually that was very interesting. That's when talkies were coming in, and you had a whole bunch of technological changes in the movie industry, and I think the remodeling of that building was very much to reflect what was going on in the movie industry. And Tenafly, I think, is unique for its size in getting a movie palace. In Bergen County, the other towns who have theaters are bigger than Tenafly in population. So you were unique, and one can understand how your movie palace might be of modest design. But the thing is, while the marquee has changed, and yes, you've had some modifications, actually 1961 or 65, whatever that crane fell, is well within the 50 years criteria of historic significance. And so that the movie theater in its long history, its importance to the entertainment history of the community, it's not just the day it opened, but the whole evolution. And so there's no problem with having had some alterations. And you know, one can sort of say, well, some alterations aren't as attractive as others, but also on designation of historic sites, one is not required to make any changes. Changes that have already occurred can remain. It's when one wants to make changes that they are reviewed for compatibility. And at the time of the review, the Historic Preservation Commission makes decisions whether they are compatible or not.
And the second part of the question was, in our research, basically the theater in Tenafly, it's one of the, almost the longest continuous running theater still existing almost in the United States. No other theater started in 1910 and is in continuing function as we found out. Did you find anything like that in your history?
I can't say that I did find that. So it is among the 8, which in the mid-80s were existing early theaters in Bergen County. And I'm not sure if all of them are still open, so that, it is probably and it is in better exterior integrity than the theaters in Rutherford and in Inglewood. The exterior of the Tenafly one, I think, has more of its early character than those two on the exterior. We have some that have pretty good integrity, such as the Warner in Ridgewood, which dates from 1930, which is also a bow tie, and I'd like to say it's also a designated historic site. It's in the Ridgewood Center Historic District and has been designated many years.
Excuse me,
It's,
Mr. Masher
just-
believes it was not designated.
Huh?
I believe it's not designated in Ridgewood. Is that the case? Do we know for sure?
let me
No,
just-
it's in the district.
Let me
It's in
just,
a district.
what you said is it's in the district, historic district. The theater itself is not designated as a historic building.
It is a contributing building in the district, and it is treated the same as if it were individually designated in review.
Can you please a little bit elaborate on
All
that,
right,
please?
If you have a historic district, the buildings in the district are classified as contributing or non-contributing. All the contributing buildings are treated as if, in review process, as if they were individually designated. The non-contributing buildings in historic districts, the changes of them are reviewed as how they are compatible to the district as a whole, rather than to the actual building.
Okay, so let me just explore with you. The gentleman, I forgot the name of the expert for the theater and
Mr.
for
Hewitt.
the Mr. Hewitt. He basically suggested himself that what we should do is declare it a historic district rather than have a historic designation for the specific buildings. That was the suggestion of their expert. And how does that play now if we want to do something like that?
Well, since I recommended a historic district back in 2009 for the area, and you have a whole report that I prepared back then, I would think it'd be wonderful to have a historic district. But it is what Tenafly wants, what Tenafly's Historic Preservation Commission wants, and what Tenafly boards want. I think you could have a very fine district around the railroad station. One of the things that both is important to both of the buildings is their context, and their context related to each other and to Tenafly's railroad station. They are very important by the way they set a context for what Tenafly really is, your landmark building, in that you have it as your logo building, and it is so important to you and is municipally owned. These background buildings put the railroad station in a Tenafly small downtown setting. And you have the park and the row of buildings, and it's a wonderful Tenafly downtown. And I think everybody who sort of sees the train station in the park, and they say, oh, isn't this wonderful? And they might not say that the whole is wonderful, but it is the whole that contributes to it. And the context of these two buildings, the theater and the bank. The bank actually contextually is quite important because it's a corner building, and so it sort of anchors the block.
Max, I want to, rather than have in public comment somebody question what you just said, I want to better understand whether you were making a comment or a question when you said that the Tenafly movie theater was one of the oldest, if not the oldest, continuing
Yeah,
theater in
our
the United States.
research, we found.
If that was a statement, what was the basis for that statement?
We found in our research that Tenafly movie,
We have established hours.
I'm sorry?
Councilman keeps saying our research.
Well, I'll get to that.
thank you.
That's why I'm questioning it. I'm going to ask him, you know, the
yeah,
basis.
okay, for the
beyond
moment, I will
research.
defer to the witnesses, this answer. Was Tenafly movie theater one of the oldest continuously running movie theater in the state, county, and so on?
Well, in the county, it's one of 8 early movie theaters that were existing in the 1980s. I do not know if they're all continually running today or not.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council on this presentation? Okay, so thank you, Ms. Brown.
Oh, I didn't give you my actual comments on the theater.
Well, please do.
Okay.
And she has 2 others after.
I'm sorry?
She's 2 other buildings.
Okay.
Do you want to cover the 2 other buildings too while you're here?
Oh, no, I'm not prepared to do that tonight.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So you're tabling those two ordinances?
Excuse me, sir?
You're tabling those two ordinances then?
We're not doing anything right this second.
The idea of vernacular architecture.
Any action on the ordinances will take its place in the public meeting.
I would like to just pass around this booklet. It has 2 tags. It's a booklet put out by the National Trust of Historic Preservation on Main Streets. And it has pictures of some movie theaters. And I don't think they're much more elaborate than Tenafly's movie theater. So that a less elaborate movie theater is certainly worthy of preservation, as well as the Grand Palace that's in a big downtown. You have different elements of movie palaces. You have the small town one and the grand one, and Tenafly has a small town one. That's Tenafly owned.
I just want to say that the 2 pages you tagged, ours is the oldest by far, by many, many years.
Yeah. So that I just, all right, all right. And then the idea of compromised integrity, I wanted to talk about that a little more. Alteration. In surveying Bergen County actually has been very lucky over time. It actually has been very prosperous. And as a whole, because of this prosperity, we have very few early commercial buildings that are intact from their original construction. And if we were only to preserve those few, we would be very limited in taking care of the character of our communities. So I think one has to use a standard for commercial building that allows some flexibility in alteration.
Peter, you asked me the question about and I'm going to quote what I was asking
Please.
before. The oldest running movie theater in America is the Plaza Grill and Cinema in Ottawa, and is started in 1905,
Where, Max?
Ottawa.
That's in Canada.
Well, that's what they basically say, doesn't matter.
North America.
Yeah, it's and which our movie theater was built in 1910. So it's as close as possible to one of the oldest movie houses continuously running
you.
in the country,
Thank you.
In North America.
in North America. Even more, it's more than.
Thank you.
Are you finished?
You finished? Yes, I'm finishing. Any questions?
Any other questions from the council?
I just want to say thank you as well. Jeff Grossman, who is our liaison to the HPC and has been working with you, and Karen Noose. Unfortunately, he's a school teacher and he has back to school night tonight, but I know he would say thank you as well.
Well, thank you. And one of the things I want to mention is the front part of the reports was actually written by the HPC. I did a little editing, but they wrote it. I did the survey reports. And you are very lucky to have such a, and the HPC has always edited and gone through my reports, and you are very lucky to have such a fine committee.
We are very fortunate. That committee is outstanding.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Okay, so according to what I suggested earlier, I would like a motion, can we go to a public hearing?
No, Mayor.
Karen?
As head of the HPC for the work session.
Please, Karen. We're gonna go to a public meeting. Recess the work session. I thought you would speak at the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, there's a handout going, is that in the file that's in the front?
I'm sorry, sir.
There's a handout being given, is that part of what's been made available to the public?
I'm not familiar with the handout, so I can't answer that. What,
It's just a copy of my statement, so you can read along.
You want to give a copy?
Is this
there?
it
We
here?
can share.
well, certainly
Give a copy, we can share.
provide them with a copy, please?
No,
We have an extra, Max and I can share.
yeah, well, that's okay. Thank you.
She's going to say it.
Well, I can even listen to it. Don't have to.
She is.
Mayor and members of the council, thank you for considering the
Karen,
most.
just, I'm sorry, just identify yourself
Oh, yes.
for the tape and, state your position, et cetera.
Yes. I am Karen Noose. I'm a resident at 330 Engle Street. I'm also chairwoman of the Tenafly Historic Preservation Commission. Thank you for considering the most recent nominations made by the commission and for taking the time to understand all facets of how historic preservation can support your goals for Tenafly's downtown. I think we can all agree that we wish for Tenafly's Central Business District to be as vibrant as possible, and that the movie theater is a critical element of our local culture, drawing patrons to local businesses and literally keeping the lights on for our community. Having said that, I think we can also agree that West Railroad Avenue, facing Hyler Park, seen by hundreds of people driving through every day, is the face of Tenafly. West Railroad Avenue, which is fully occupied and has been for some time, except for the recent closure of the movie theater and one of their retail spaces in the same building, is our best advertisement that Tenafly is open for business. Cafe Angelique, operating in a national and state-registered building, and the Tenafly Diner, housed in a newer, retro-style diner building, draw even more customers to Tenafly, and in turn drive business to the movie theater and local stores. By way of introduction for the members of the public assembled here, I'll explain that the individuals who comprise the Historic Preservation Commission are not just local people with personal opinions about how the town should look, but are sworn public officials appointed by the mayor and designated by the state of New Jersey via the municipal land use law, which delegates to local municipalities the responsibility of identifying local historic landmarks. Thus, local HPCs have been established across the state. Our mayor appoints 7 members of the commission as Class A, Class B, and Class C members with levels of expertise in specific areas such as history, architecture, and familiarity with the community. As you know, in 2016, the Historic Preservation was asked, indeed urged by this council, to be more proactive in protecting Tenafly's most important historic resources. This was in response to the loss of the McKay Estate at 53 Knickerbocker Road and the Old Valley Hotel at 87 County Road, where Charlie Brown's Restaurant was the tenant for many years. After careful consideration and debate in public meetings, the HPC nominated 2 properties at 89 and 93 Highwood Avenue, which were ultimately landmarked by your council. The following year, the THPC nominated 5 properties on West Railroad Avenue, again, in a public process that involved many months of hearings in 2017 and also involved public review at the planning board and council level. The HPC made this nomination of those 5 properties after actually more than 10 years of study and discussion, the publication of a 2009 report, and in recent years, the public response and debate before this council about the need to take steps to institute some kind of guidance and zoning overlay for certain buildings. In 2016, it became painfully obvious that a failure to act proactively led to the loss of 53 Knickerbocker and 87 County Road. At that time, the mayor and council's hands were tied. The HPC had already received a report recommending designation of 53 Knickerbocker, but the property was listed for sale before the HPC could hold hearings on the nomination. In the case of 87 County Road, the HPC received new information confirming that suffragette Elizabeth Cady Stanton had attempted to but was denied the right to vote at the Valley Hotel at County Road, but demolition permits had already been submitted by the new owner. And so we now arrive at where we are today. Landmarking the Tenafly Cinema building, the bank, and 2 other buildings on West Railroad Avenue will guide its development for future generations and local leaders. You have the chance now to advocate for all businesses in Tenafly by ensuring that the downtown streetscape and town center retains its charm and ambiance, that the value of Tenafly's downtown continues to attract home buyers and future businesses. Some people have said that Tenafly's downtown is a ghost town for lack of people. 3 business improvement districts and the Chamber of Commerce have worked hard and diligently to attract more shoppers to town. But it's a tough sell when most customers work long hours in the city 5 to 6 days a week, when movie patrons prefer their home theaters or dine-in theaters serving food and alcohol, or when mail-order shopping is more efficient. Some people have said that preservation kills downtowns, and yet Ridgewood's entire central business district is landmarked and thriving nonetheless. Of the 63 buildings which are landmarked or lie within one of Tenafly's 2 historic districts, less than 3 are vacant. In fact, landmarked homes continue to sell and continue to be improved by their owners, often with the free advice and guidance of the HPC, which also advocates for zoning variances when appropriate. And you have to highlight the positives downtown. The cafe is busy, the diner is buzzing, several new businesses have chosen Tenafly to open stores, and parking spaces are full. Oresco Memorial Green now bookends the downtown with Hyler Park. All of this is moving forward because this council and its various boards and commissions, along with the Chamber of Commerce, have moved the ball forward. Thoughtful zoning for the appearance of buildings will maintain this forward momentum. Landmarking will not freeze the downtown. As the council and the property owners and their attorneys understand, local landmarking does not prevent any owner from renovating their building, making upgrades to exterior windows or doors, replacing signage, or operating their business as they choose. Landmarking does not dictate to a business owner how to operate or the type of business or use, nor does it have a mandate to do so. The HPC has worked successfully with homeowners and a few of our businesses to achieve solutions and approvals of their renovation projects, often providing invaluable preliminary reviews and helping homeowners to source materials or qualified personnel. Likewise, the HPC has guided the borough in its maintenance and management of the railroad station, which yields rental revenues to the borough. We can take pride in Tenafly's history and take steps to make sure the character and scale of our central business district remains for the good of our entire town, businesses, and homeowners alike. The HPC has done its part here. The mayor and council now has the duty to make the final decision. Let's not let a no vote on these historic designations be another case of failure to plan. By postponing or rejecting these historic designations, the council runs the risk of seeing the look of our downtown streetscape determined by one owner or one business, not by the community who actually lives here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Well thought out. So at this point, I'm going to entertain a motion to recess the work session. Then we're going to go into the public meeting and have the public hearing on the various ordinances designating the properties in question. You speak during the public meeting. You'll speak first. During the public hearing, the council speaks first.
Okay, so moved.
A second, please.
Second.
All in
Procedural question, excuse me. Is 3 members a quorum?
You have
Yeah,
4.
for the mayor.
Okay, I just didn't know.
Yes, we are,
4 out of 6.
4 out of 7.
including the
7.
mayor.
So,
He counts.
Yes, he
For
counts.
a quorum.
We don't want to say that, but he counts.
All in,
We'll focus if you have time.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we're now going to go to the public meeting. I'm sorry?
We'll do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we'll go through the process. We'll go through the process.
So, good evening once again. In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, the notice requirements have been satisfied. Meeting dates for the year are confirmed at the annual meeting, are posted on the public bulletin board in the lobby of the Municipal Center and published in the record within the first 10 days of the new year. Notice of this meeting via the November 13th, 2018 Sunshine Notice has been sent to the Record, Suburbanite, and Northern Valley Press, and has been posted on the public bulletin board in the lobby of the Municipal Center and the Borough website. Salute to the flag, please. Roll call, please.
Here.
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 Here. I'll entertain a motion to approve the following sets of minutes. October 9th, the work session, the regular meeting, and the closed session. And October 30th, the special meeting and the closed session. A motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Revisions to the agenda?
None as far as I know.
Okay. So, now would normally come the time for public comment. However, we're going to go into a public hearing on the designations, and if you have comments on that,
They can't go into public hearing because it's still on the table, so it's only public comments.
We have to take it off the table first.
You have to decide whether to take it off
well,
the
can we
table.
do that now?
Yes.
Unless you want to have
Unless you
public
want to have the
comments
public
first.
comment first, and that will help sway a decision to take it off the table.
We will have public comment on any item at all that's on your mind.
So does that mean we can't talk yet? So does that mean?
That's correct.
Right.
Okay, keep in mind that after the public comment, the council will make a decision whether to take these ordinances off the table. If they do so, we will have the public hearing. If they don't decide not to take them off the table, there will be no public hearing tonight, and it will be postponed, until
No,
No, no,
No,
no,
it dies on the table.
it dies tonight?
it was tabled
It
to a
dies tonight.
specific date. It
Well-
wasn't just tabled.
Why can't we take it off the table, council can comment, and then if we need to put it back on the table, we can put it back on the table in the end?
That's up to the council.
well, yeah. it's-
Don't-
Mr. McClure?
we'll
Well,
take-
it's, you can do it, but
All right,
So in the meantime, we're going to have public comment.
Public comment.
Feel free to speak on any item of interest to you, whether it's on the agenda or not. If you want to speak, I'm going to ask you to keep it to no more than 3 minutes. Try not to be too repetitious, although if you want to agree or disagree with somebody that's already spoken, feel free to say that, but we got a lot of people here, and we have a full agenda even after this. So I ask you to try not to be repetitious and try to keep it to 3 minutes. If you want to speak, stay in place and raise your hand, and I will call on you, and everybody will have an opportunity to speak.
Mark Aronson, 220 Buckingham Road.
Hold on a second.
just a second, Mark.
I'm going to wait till you have the
We're not taking it
attention.
off the table so that we can have a discussion, an appropriate discussion first, and maybe answer some of the questions that residents might have.
Excuse me?
If we take it off the table and discuss it
Mm-hmm.
in the regular way, we may answer a lot of questions that our public residents have tonight.
Well, you'll have an
During that
opportunity to speak, but right now,
I'm saying we're gonna be answering piecemeal.
but right now, it's time for public comment.
Whenever there's public comment, at the end, the governing body members have an opportunity to address the comments. It has nothing to do with what's on the table or not on the table. Once you take it off the table, then you have to hold the hearing on these ordinances and take a vote.
Or put it back on the table.
Why would you take it off and just put it right back on?
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
I mean,
let's,
if you
uh,
wanted
To
to.
give an opportunity for council to discuss it.
Yes,
is
Well, the
why.
council will
we'll
have,
have
the
it.
council will have an opportunity to discuss it.
So council cannot discuss it.
Well, we have public
We
comment.
can't
During
say-
public comment.
Right, we
Not
can't say
during public
anything unless we take it off and put it back.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to ask, I know this is a trying situation for members of the council, but I'm going to ask that you give the speakers your undivided attention.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark Aronson, 220 Buckingham Road. Before I make a comment, I just have a procedural question for you guys.
You have to speak into the microphone.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Before I make my comment, I have a procedural question to ask you. Does the vote tonight, I understand the mayor qualifies as a quorum, but is the vote based on the 3 council people here, or is it on all 4?
All
No,
four.
Well-
four.
Okay, so if it's on all 4, what is the situation if it's a 2-2 tie?
I don't vote if there's I don't vote if
Which
there's a
four?
tie.
Which four?
I'm sorry?
It's only-
No, there is
it
no-
the- No,
That's
it
right.
is the majority of the council members
members.
present. So
So it's the 3 votes?
3 votes.
So there's 3 council people voting tonight?
Yes,
Correct.
correct.
Okay, it's obviously disappointing that with such a major issue that half the council chose not to show up tonight.
We
Well,
fully
Dan Park
agree.
is sick, and someone is contractually obligated to be at back-to-school night, which I'm sure you get.
I don't, because I have a Board of Ed meeting that's actually going on right now as well, and I'm also a
He's a
resident of
teacher.
Tenafly.
He's a
All
teacher.
right, Mark,
That being said,
he's a teacher,
so
has to go to
I heard the comments from the HPC. They were very compelling and very interesting. If you've walked by the movie theater, you'll see that it's no longer the oldest movie theater in the county, the state, the world, whatever, because it's vacant. So I think we need to be practical. And I think, with all the comments about the preservation, they're all noted, but I think it's very simple question. We feel, from the quotes in the paper from the CEO of Bowtie, that if the council votes not to do with the historic preservation, the movie theater will be open within 48 hours. They've gone on record twice to a newspaper reporter in the last 2 weeks stating that. So my point is, I hope you guys vote to not make it a historic preservation, and I look forward to going to the movies this weekend. Thank you.
So once somebody is finished, raise your hand, sir. Please, Ed.
Good evening, members of the council, Mayor Rustin. Ed Maslish, 55 Ivy Lane, resident here in Tenafly. I'm here to speak against the designations tonight. I want to point out that in the work session that happened before these public comments, the first order of business dealt with an ordinance dealing with keeping businesses open in the downtown and dealing with fining landlords who have vacant premises. I don't see how imposing an obligation on a business owner who is telling the council he's going to close, and in fact has closed, his business here in Tenafly if you make this designation. I don't see how that works towards the goal of keeping businesses open and keeping business moving in this town. Our goal is to revitalize the downtown. I'd love it for it to be a movie theater. If it's not going to be a movie theater, I'd rather it be something else rather than a landmark building that is vacant because of the designation. So I ask that you keep that in mind, and I ask that you vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Christine Evron, President of the Tenafly Chamber of Commerce, 39 Leroy Street. The Tenafly Chamber of Commerce would like to express their appreciation for a theater in Tenafly. It's abundantly clear that it brings business to the surrounding stores and restaurants. We also appreciate that this theater is not a charity. The 30,000 people in Englewood and 15,000 people in Tenafly have choices. They can go to a very modern facility in Fort Lee that is great, even when contending with patrons that chew on Doritos through the opening credits and scenes, and when waiting to get out of their parking garage with all the other patrons. They can go to another new movie theater in Closter. It's easy to navigate to because it looks like every other outdoor mall in America. I might note that these competitors thoughtfully have left a lot of room to make money because they are extremely expensive. Patrons choose to come to Tenafly for a quick ride and very easy free parking, the choice of eating at Italian, Israeli, Japanese, Vietnamese, Indian, Chinese, Turkish, French, or Greek restaurants, or our popular Tenafly Classic Diner, all within a short walk. They come to sit in Tyler Park before the show and admire the historic railroad building and the 1870 to 1925 period shops and buildings. And as soon as Angelique gets their new liquor license, courtesy of the borough, moviegoers can enjoy a piece of chocolate cake and an Irish coffee after their visit to the theater. These powerful reasons for Englewood and Tenafly residents to choose to select the Tenafly Theater as their destination of choice need the help of a remodel to make the theater meet the standards that today's moviegoers expect. I can't tell you if having a pool of 44,000 potential patrons can make a theater profitable, but our atmosphere is more attractive to moviegoers than other nearby theaters. The Tenafly Chamber is willing to help. We are still willing to work with you to bring films to Tenafly, a film festival to Tenafly. Long range, the Chamber and the town are working with community groups like the Rotaries and Northern Valley Greenway Committee to bring an 8-mile rail-to-trail project across the street from the Tenafly Cinema. This is expected to significantly increase the downtown visitor population. I might note that the Closter Theater is more than half a mile away from this corridor and won't be the beneficiary of people looking to walk to a theater. I understand that tax advantages for renovating historic landmarks in New Jersey are being considered by the state. These tax credits may apply no matter how the non-landmarked interior and back of the building is renovated. This means that a designation may make a renovation possible at minimal cost to Bowtie. The downtown would be devastated if the theater closed. We would be even more devastated if we lost the theater and the historic look that sets us apart from the modern and mall towns. We hope Bowtie and Tenafly can come to a mutually beneficial solution. Thank you.
Peter, please. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Hi, how are you? Jason Tuvel, 12 Maple Street. I'm not necessarily here for the movie theater. I think this goes well beyond the movie theater. Tenafly has something a lot of towns don't have, which is a downtown. We should take advantage of it. I'd actually rather see the town look at a possible redevelopment plan for the downtown that includes the movie theater. The message that you're sending to other businesses in the area by designating these properties as historic can be devastating and preclude, in my opinion, other businesses from investing in the downtown. That's the message that you're sending by doing this historic district. Now, I have a few other questions just procedurally. Does the master plan for the borough recommend these designations?
Well, this was set before the planning board. The planning board said that this is not inconsistent with the master plan, which means it's okay.
So my question then is, why not revisit the master plan, do a re-examination or a historic element amendment that specifically looks into this issue, or revisit your zoning regulations potentially and get some sort of compromise between the property owners there and what the Historic Preservation Commission is trying to achieve without doing a designation? Because the financing that you're going to impose, or the restriction on financing that you're going to propose for the property owners here, is just going to have a trickle-down effect to other businesses. Taxes here are high. I'm happy to pay them because the schools are good and the services are good. But at the same time, if they could be mitigated in any way by the possible redevelopment of the downtown, possibly mixed use, that's just one opinion that I have, I think that would be a great thing. So I would recommend that you vote this ordinance down. Thank you.
Please. You'll be next.
Mayor, when everybody, all the citizens get finished, can I have?
You can speak whenever you want, and I'll give you as much time as you want, but if we have the public hearing, you'll also be able to speak.
Good evening. Elizabeth Halberstam, 312 Engle Street in Tenafly. I've lived in Tenafly since 1974, and I've spent many wonderful Sunday afternoons at our movie theater. And as the lady who gave the presentation said, how lucky we are. We have this unique movie theater. Hardly any other towns have such a thing. And I'm getting the impression from other people sitting here that a lot of us enjoy going to the movies. It would be nice to have it as a landmark, preserved as a landmark, but we have to be realistic. There's no point in having a landmark with nothing behind it. There's no point in having a landmark with no movie theater. Well, that doesn't make sense. We have it kind of upside down, as you might say. There are several reasons for wanting to keep the movie theater, not only because we all enjoy going there, but also because it draws from other towns. I had lunch today with two friends from Teaneck. One of them said she often comes to the Tenafly movie theater and usually gets something to eat while she's here. The other one said she went to Teaneck last Sunday and it was full of Tenafly people. So why would we drive them away? That just doesn't make sense. The other thing is that movie theaters in general are becoming less and less. Edgewater closed. They're more expensive also. Closter, as has already been said, is now a dine-in. We have the one at Riverside Mall and so on. They're all more expensive. So we're just losing a resource that we really should keep. Now, if the landmark preservation goes through, we will have a marquee with no movie theater. So its future is that who wants to use a building with a marquee? It will not be used. It will become unkempt and the exact opposite of what we're trying to do with Tenafly. On the other hand, even if a future owner is allowed to tear the marquee down, which is not the idea of the whole thing, then we would just have another store. So I very much hope that you will vote against the preservation.
Sammy Cramon, 41 Surrey Lane. I've also lived here since 1973. And I remember the very depressing year, or years perhaps, when White Nights was playing at the theater. Does that ring a bell with anyone? The theater was closed. I think it was before Clearview bought it. And it was abandoned. And they never took down the sign White Nights. So White Nights played in Tenafly for about 6 to 8 months. Nobody went. They'd all seen it, I guess. And what I'm experiencing now is somewhat similar. But I actually have a question. If the idea of landmarking the district was recommended by Moss's attorney, was it looked into? Was it considered? Is it being considered?
It was discussed at length with we decided not to go forward with it at the time.
At the time. I would like to suggest that if their attorney thought it was a good idea to landmark the district, no?
It was discussed.
No, it was
at the
never
agency.
discussed here.
This
Not at
council
this-
was
no, not
never
at this
before this
council.
council.
Not at this council.
It was never discussed.
No.
It was discussed, but not at this council.
Oh, okay. But I would like, I don't want to see the theater closed. I understand the desire to landmark, but I think that in terms of the future of the downtown area and any shop owners, you can't allow it to be closed abruptly like that because you're going to lose other businesses. I mentioned at the meeting last week that it would be a domino effect, and you will see the restaurants on the block begin to close as well. Once the theater isn't there, they lose business, and they can stay open only a short time after that before the bottom line is reached and they close. But I would recommend that if their attorney suggests landmarking the district, it implies that they will not object to that and that they would reopen. If that is the case, then I would suggest landmarking the district and not the individual building. But that's something you guys have to determine what the repercussions of that will be. But I do recommend voting against immediate landmarking. Thank you.
I see the attorney shaking his head no, so if you would like to speak and talk about that, raise your hand, but in the meantime, this gentleman had his hand up first. If you'd like to speak next, you may speak next.
Gavin Klingham, 93-year-old on road.
Why don't you take the mic out of the stand and hold it so that I want the people to be able to hear you.
Okay.
State your name, please.
Gavin Klingham, 93-year-old on road. I'm 13 years old and an avid moviegoer. And being that, I want the option of riding my bike to catch the latest movie. And for the past years, I have very much enjoyed it. It's been a very nice experience. And I find that landmarking the building would take that experience away. Because I used to drive by it and say, wow, look at that really good movie playing. And now I just drive by it now and just feel despair for it. Thank you.
And when you go back to school tomorrow and you see some of your friends that go to the movie theater, you might ask them where they were tonight. I know it's going to be a little late, but thank you for your, I appreciate you getting up and speaking to us.
I'll be brief.
First, state your name and who you are so that the people understand.
Gary Hall, I'm the movie theater attorney. And Mr. Hewitt's here, he's the architect, and I think, he can correct me, he said designating a few isolated buildings not in a district makes no sense. He said a district is a different analysis. He didn't say you should do it, he said it's a different analysis, if I might be correct. So I want to say a few other things while I'm here. Bowtie, my client, they like operating a movie theater. They have no problem, and what I've heard tonight from everyone is how great it is. Don't ruin it by designating it. If the economy and the market justifies a theater, it's gonna be open. If it's not, it won't be. And designating it historic is not gonna change it one or the other. It's because you're trying, the only way it changes is if you try to force somebody to stay open. And that's not gonna happen. Thank you.
I have a question. Can I ask a question, please?
Max, hold on a second.
Yeah.
In the interest of fair play, I want to speak to you, the attorney, and the Joe Mesher is also here as well, and thank you for coming. Joe is the CEO of Bow Tie. I think the concern of the people, a lot of people, I mean, the HPC has made their case, and it's a very strong case, but the concern of, for example, of the Chamber of Commerce and a few others, are the long-term intent of Bow Tie. We know in other towns you have closed theaters. The sense is, and once again, I'm just repeating what I hear, and I've heard it a lot, and I ask for backup and I don't get backup, that the theater was on the market, that there was an intent to maybe get out of Tenafly. That, I think, is a major concern. So if at some point in the evening you can address that, we understand you're a business, and if you're losing money, you may not want to stay. That's your right. I think what most people don't understand is why at this particular moment you closed the theater, and I know it, I believe it was you that said, you know, we could close the theater at our last meeting, but...
I said more than that. I said it would be a serious consideration.
Okay.
You said, is that coming from the client? I said, yes, it is. And
Okay.
Mr. Masher will confirm that.
So I think
And
what...
I'm sorry, but I think the point is that they take offense at you trying to make them stay in business, because that's what this comes down to. You can't tell me it doesn't.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't.
Well, no. What they're saying is they feel that if there's a designation, that will leave them no choice but to maintain a movie theater there.
That's not the discussion at all.
Just one second.
No,
Can you
that's not it.
explain to us? We don't understand that. What do you mean we force them to stay in business?
Well, let me say.
I'm waiting to
Question
understand.
is, what do you achieve by landmarking?
Okay.
What do you achieve?
I'd like to answer that if that's...
Yeah,
Other than-
we designate.
Everything I've heard tonight is how great it is to have a theater in town.
Yeah.
I agree. It's great to have a
Yeah,
local
absolutely.
How does landmarking impact the profitability?
We don't understand.
Listen, I'm going to ask, hold on. I'm going to ask the audience to hold their tongues. When you want to speak, you'll be recognized, you come up. I'm also going to ask the council that if you wanted to have the floor, that you raise your hand, and I'll be happy to call on you.
Can you please call me?
Go ahead.
Yes.
And then you're next.
I'm sorry, I did not understand your statement saying that we are forcing through the designation for the movie theater to stay in business. How does it do that?
I said that's the objective, the obvious objective.
Okay, so the obvious objective is to create a landmark that cannot be destroyed. Has nothing to do with that. But okay, that's the answer to
I
that.
think that's the answer. I mean, and the other answer is a property owner in this country should have the right to use their property as they choose. Now, it's a theater now, and if it works as a theater, it'll be a theater. But if the owner doesn't want to do a theater anymore, that's their right.
So
in this
is this
country,
what you're
I think.
saying? I mean, I'm trying to understand, is this what you're saying, that they don't want to do a theater anymore?
I didn't say that.
But what are you trying to say?
Max, hold
They
on.
want the option, if
1 second.
10 years from now, next year, the economy, the market changes.
Well,
It's their property.
first of all, I have to correct you. The HPC has been here longer than anybody here in this, on this dais at least. The furthest thing from the truth is to say that they're looking to designate these buildings because they want the theater to stay. They do want the theater to stay, but that's nowhere near the purpose, the intent, the reason behind their recommending this designation. They're recommending the designation, and I think you could get the sense of this because they want to preserve the look of the downtown. Now, you may agree with it, you may not agree with it. That's not the point. But I just wanted to tell you that there is no doubt in my mind that it is not the intent of the Historic Preservation Commission to keep you here by designating the facade of the building. That may end up being an impact if the designation is there, but you've already proved that that's not going to happen because you showed us that you closed the theater, and at least in my mind, I don't doubt the fact that you could walk away here tomorrow and somehow your company would go on.
It's not my company, I'm
Well-
the lawyer, but.
Well, he is a member of the public. Well, no, excuse me, sir. Thank you. I know there's other members of the council that want to talk to him. Well, he either do it now or we do it later. Unless you've got to get home early, I apologize. So, Lauren?
Okay. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for being here. Mr. Masher, welcome. Thank you for joining the conversation.
Talking to the microphone.
I want to make it very clear that this decision on historic preservation has nothing to do with the use of the building. And that is the law, and that is the standard we are looking at. There's two separate issues here, and obviously they're tied together with the emotion of having our movie theater under this threat. So number one is the building historically designated? And number two is it an economic prudent decision to designate it? Those are the only two things that we need to decide. We do not get to compel Mr. Masher and his company to stay in our town. As much as we'd like to, we are not in the business of business or interfering with the businesses in our downtown. Again, if he chooses not to remain a theater, let another business move in as capitalism works. Let it become a craft brew house, a Trader Joe's, a sports shop, whatever you want it. But what you want to know is this going to be a town that has walkability and architecture and soul and character and essence? Or do you want a strip mall? Because those really will become your two options. Do you want Gavin to ride his bike through our town amongst, a strip mall parking lot or something with a little bit of character and history in our town? So that's the question here tonight. And I understand everyone is intertwining them, but they're not intertwined. We are deciding on landmarking, regardless of the use of the building, is whether it meets the criteria and whether it's an economically prudent thing for our town to do.
All right, we'll continue with the public comment. Anybody else care to speak? If not, oh, yes, sir.
Yes, hundreds.
What it's been suggested is a good suggestion. Before you start, sir, anybody else that would like to speak, please line up behind him. You don't have, if there's 4 people there, you don't have to.
I believe we're going to give the attorneys an ample opportunity to talk, so if you want to wait.
And yes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mash would like to speak to, would be welcome. We appreciate
Okay.
so much.
Let me try to handle this in
State
2
your
different
name
ways. My name is Noah Garden, 104 Kent Road.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the time. Couple things. One is I couldn't disagree more, Lauren, with what you just said. First of all, there's a big difference between what we have downtown now and having charm in a strip mall. I mean, I can tell you this. Let's just take a step back. 5 years ago, I moved here. I moved here with my family from New York. I moved here for the amenities we had, the schooling we have, and what it had to offer my children. It's lived up to almost all of that. What it hasn't lived up to is the downtown. The downtown is just not a reflection of the community at large. It's got stores that are falling apart. It's got stores that are empty. It's overrun with nail salons and massage parlors. And me personally, I've never seen one viable business move in there. To suggest for a second that movie theater is in any way historic, here's what I heard tonight. I heard that the first movie theater may have started in 1910 and this is 1920. Between 10 and 20,
1910.
this is 1910. But there was thousands of other ones. This isn't the first. This isn't among the first, and there's nothing special about it. Moreover, we should put a Blockbuster Video next to it. I mean, here's the reality of it. I've been in media my whole life. You can't stop the future, and the future's coming. How people consume, I can just tell you from looking out there and my friends that are there, when we do go to the movies, we go for convenience, and we go for amenities, and that's why we do go to Fort Lee, and that's why we do go to Closter. Maybe it'll stay open, maybe it won't. Who knows in the end? But all I can tell you is that this situation in designating something historic that is truly not historic is emblematic of the entire issue we have downtown. And I think that the council should really take a step back and say what's in the best interest of bringing the best businesses we can to support our community at large. And that's where we should be. And so, obviously, you know where I stand on
Okay, Mr. Gardner,
all this
how
stuff.
do you know that's not historical?
No,
How do you know that's not historical?
Well, you should tell me what's historic about it.
You had a whole document.
I read it, and it said most, and it said some, and it said if. It didn't say this is historic. It didn't say there was a historic architecture.
Max,
There
let's-
was a
let's not
historic
debate
person who
individual
walked in
people,
that building.
right?
It didn't say this person watched movies there. It just said it's old. Old is not historic. Otherwise, there's a lot of other things around here that should be designated historic as well.
Hello, my name is Adam Kassendorf. And my name is Ethan Dubov, and we are both in 7th grade. We are both 12 years old, and we go to the movie theater almost every week. We love having a late night activity where we could go hang out with friends, watch wonderful movies, and celebrate fun movies. Unfortunately, we do not have this anymore due to the theater closing. Not only does the closing of the movie theater affect everyone in Tenafly, it affects all the people that are near the area. Therefore, we strongly recommend you reopen the theater because it will put many smiles on kids' faces.
Thank you. I just want to ask the two gentlemen that just spoke, do you go to the theater on your own, or do your parents take you there and pick you up, or do you drop? I'm sorry? Okay, thank you. Please.
Hi, I'm Barbara Landberg, 48 Newcomb Road, Tenafly. I was extremely upset to see the theater close, and I would be very anxious for it to reopen, but I'd like people to think about something very unique for Tenafly. If we could have an art theater with foreign films and interesting, different kinds of films coming here, I think it would be a wonderful draw for Tenafly.
Thank you.
Well, you know, excuse me for 1 second. That's very important for Bowtie to hear that. They have a number of screens there, and it's conceivable in their business plan they may decide some point to designate one screen, maybe not on a regular basis, occasionally to do an arts film. But keep in mind, we wouldn't be having this discussion if our residents patronized our businesses, our movie theater. You know, it's all well and good to say have an art film, but once again, they're in a business, and you know, we lost a pet store. People complained about it, but these are the same people that went to PetSmart. Okay, you want a theater in town? We have to support the theater, just like we have to support the restaurants and everything else. So it's, I appreciate what you're saying, and maybe they're going to hear that as well.
Hi, Brendan Lee, 41 Magnolia Avenue. As a new homeowner in town, I think part of what drew us to the town was actually a lot of the historic character of the town and the downtown. So I wanted to sort of just speak as to the importance that I felt that has to the sort of integrity of the town. I just also, as an architect, we've worked on numerous projects that have involved historic tax credits for renovations of historic structures and projects like that. I just wanted to make the point that the notion that historic landmarking of a structure is antithetical to the sort of economic prosperity of a town is a false dichotomy, and that there are many sort of different solutions that can allow those different standpoints to be weighted equally. I think this notion of businesses, not wanting to open up or being unsuccessful in downtown Tenafly because there might be a sort of historic designation for certain structures or historic district, I don't believe is necessarily a true statement at all. I think there are many examples of successful downtowns that are, have historic landmarks, and in fact, that really brings many businesses, to successful downtowns and to contribute to that success as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melanie Lau. I also am an owner of 41 Magnolia Avenue. We purchased the property last year, and
Speak into the mic, Mel.
okay, sorry. My husband and I chose to make Tenafly our hometown last year. We chose it because of the great schools, and we chose it because we were hoping to have a walkable town. Our kids are turning 3 years old, and we're really excited to have them grow up with us in Tenafly and have the amenities and the walkable town of Tenafly. I'm not really here to give a comment about historical designation, although I feel like the theater is definitely very charming against the backdrop. I don't really see enough about it to make it visually historically appealing. But what I really want to do today, as Bowtie's here and the CEO is here, is that, is that I'm hoping that you'll work with us in the community as hopefully more millennials move in, as more families move in. We would love to have a walkable town. My husband and I lived in New York City, Brooklyn for a very long time before having children. And we really would love to have that experience here. And I work in finance, so I understand that things need to be profitable. They need to be very profitable. And in a world where we're moving online, millennials are purchasing more online, experiences are happening online, people are traveling more, and maybe they're not in their hometown as much, spending time downtown. How can we create a creative model in order to maximize the profits for you, in order to maximize the experience for us? That's what we're interested in doing, and I hope you'll give us a chance to create a creative and profitable model for you and a great experience for our town.
Hello to the council and to the people. I just wanted to mention,
Your name,
I'm
please?
sorry, Mary Kuttner, 150 County Road, across from Charlie Brown's, that was empty a really long time. But I just wanted to mention that I have, knowing my husband since 1979, dated him and came up here. I lived in Central Jersey, and have known Tenafly's theater for that long. It used to be one screen. It used to be a very lovely building. And so if you were going to designate something historic, that might have been the time. However, it wasn't economically feasible to keep it one screen because of all the competition out there. So I get that there's an economic component to this. But that was kind of just what I wanted to say, is that they made it so that it could stay in Tenafly. And I do like to go to the local theater. I go with friends and we go out afterwards. We eat at Tenafly Diner or wherever the mood strikes us to eat. And I think it's important for the vibrancy of our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lori Caden. I live at 74 Surrey Lane. And I wanted to address the people from Bowtie. I wanted to first say that I hope it is not deemed a historic property, because I grew up in Rivervale, which is a lovely town, but not much there. We had the country store on my side. And so when my husband and I were leaving the city with our first daughter, we loved Tenafly, and we came, and we, of course, you guys know, had Womrats and Acorns and Celebrity Kids and all these great stores, and the movie theater, and it's a huge draw, and we go all the time with our kids and our friends. And we continue to like this small town feel. I love Pat at Shea Cheese, and I love Valentina at the pet store, and I think the movie theater is very much a part of that. And I'm not sure, obviously, I don't know what the profits have or have not been, but I have to say, every time I've been to the movies here in 12 years, I have seen many people at the theater with me. And what I would say is, I would hope, of course, that you would keep it as a theater. And I've heard discussion among so many moms in the community at the tennis games and at lunch about all the ways that we could help you guys figure out creative ways, to know the market and to bring more business if you don't have enough already. Not everybody I don't want all these fancy movie theaters with pizza and wine and all that stuff all the time. I'm happy with popcorn in a theater that's local and has, whatever. And so, two ideas that moms in town have told me that I think are great are, there should have more movies that are available earlier in the day, because there are non-working moms and older senior citizens who have the time, but especially the moms, they would want the movies to be over before the kids get out of school. And that's one thing. Another thing, Friday afternoon, there's not much to do for the kids in town. Have the theater open, have old movies on the top floor, something, but just do more to have business come into you. Or if it's too costly, maybe you cut a day or something like that. But I hope that you don't just walk away, because I feel like you can see how many people love this theater, and that we would sit with you guys and have marketing, brainstorming sessions to make it better and to make it more profitable. But again, I hope you don't deem it historic, because having a ghost town is depressing, and it's not luring people, and it's not luring businesses, and it's terrible. So.
One second, sir, 1 second. Once again, I'm going to repeat what I said to this young lady in the front row. Great ideas, early shows, kids shows, old movies. Bowtie's in the business of movie theaters. They got them all over the country. They understand the lay of the land. They will do any of those things and all of those things if it's profitable. So it's okay to say, why don't they run a movie at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? But they can't do that if only 4 people show up. They will do it if you pack the theater. So keep that in mind.
Eric Silverman, 22 Lancaster Road, Tenafly. Ghost town, I mean, you look around and it's a tough place to basically live in. There's not much to offer, and there's not many places to spend money. And trust me, there's a bunch of people here that would love places to spend money at, but we go to different towns and we, use different amenities, and we have to ask ourselves, how do we get to this point? And what do we have to do? Noah spoke about the future, stepping into the future, but it seems like we're just stagnant here, or, moving back to the past, and I don't know what we have to do here, because I really haven't been involved, and it's, good to be here at this meeting, but something has to happen, if we want to step forward, but that's basically all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
So I'm Leo Pagan, 34 George Street. I've been at Tenafly for about 5 years now. I took my son to his first movie at the Tenafly Theater. I've taken him to his second and third and fourth movies there. So this is sort of an emotional chord for me, hearing the dialogue going between the borough and from Bowtie. Sorry, can you hear me? I got to just say that I am frustrated and angry at sort of both sides of the coin. I understand the position you guys have been in and took a hardline tactic to prevent a private organization from making the decisions that they feel like they need to make. I'm frustrated with you guys because I think you are taking on the tactic of tapping into an emotional chord, which is the theater. But let's not forget, let's not forget an important thing is that, I haven't heard from you guys any sort of visibility in what the future of that location will entail. So I would be interested in knowing from you guys, what sort of commitments can you make to the town of Tenafly to keep it? Because everybody here wants a theater. We don't want Bowtie to have a real estate location that can end up selling it to somebody else to build something else. Now, the quagmire in all this is that setting it up as a historic location does nothing for the town either. So it's a very tricky situation. And I'm not sure what the answer is. This is a very extremely difficult decision for you guys to make. But yeah, I mean, it would be great to get better visibility into what the plan is. From my stance, at the end of the day, I feel like we need to block the historic markings because somebody alluded to this earlier. We can't control the future. The future is going to happen. We have to rely on private organizations, which is basically the future of this country anyway. So we have to put our trust in them. And to your point, we need to support them as a community. So we can't have it both ways, right? So,
Thank you.
You guys have a very tough decision. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Rudolph, 80 Homestead Road here in Tenafly. I moved to the town about 2 years ago. We moved from the city as well, like many here. We have young kids, came for the school. Quite frankly, not very impressed with the downtown. I hear a lot of people talking about a movie theater here, and quite frankly, don't personally think that you have any intention of keeping the theater open, period. I've heard rumors the theater is going to close anyway. The neighboring people next door, from my understanding, are on a year-to-year lease anyway, which basically pays your property taxes. Again, this is my understanding. I could be wrong. I would very much like to hear your answer and response to that, because quite frankly, I hear a lot of people, and I appreciate a lot of the kids coming in to talk about going to movie theater. That's dead from my understanding anyway. I think the issue that a lot of people are talking about is revitalization of the downtown, which is a completely separate issue. And the historical designation of the property is a different issue, and you're tapping into an emotional issue to capitalize on that so that your resale value isn't hurt when you close the building and build something else and knock it down. And whether that's good or bad, honestly, I don't know. I've been here for 2 years. I don't know the community all that well. I'm still learning. But these are disparate issues, and I really think that needs to be very clear. I mean, talk about a theater all you want, but that's dead as far as I can tell. The fact that you closed it so quickly clearly wasn't bringing in enough money that you needed the money that you wanted to keep it open. So I think that this is quite frankly a silly debate all around. If you want to revitalize the downtown, revitalize the downtown. Historical designations probably have very little to do with that, quite frankly. You know, you make comments about Ridgewood, et cetera. There's a commuter railway station. It's a completely different community than what we have here. You're comparing apples to oranges. So if you want to revitalize the downtown, do so. But again, to my fellow citizens here, I think this is really a completely separate issue. So thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Mikash, 50 Sherwood Road. First time in my life I'll actually do what my sons do, actually use the iPhone for notes. So forgive me. So I was happy to hear a couple of last comments.
Speak into the mic, Andrew, please.
Sorry, I'm happy to hear some of the last comments, because there are a lot of emotional testimony and comments earlier about the theater, or want the theater, and how designating it or not designating it is going to have an impact on that. And I think we're all assuming that not designating will maintain our theater, but I haven't really heard anything about that. I don't know if there is any evidence or concrete facts either way on that topic. I am very much interested in maintaining the theater. I think we all enjoy it, and we all like a small theater without spending a week's fortune on just to go in and have a Coke. You know, having an informal, nice theater where kids can go in without their parents, I think it's really, really nice, especially in a small community where they can literally bicycle to it and don't feel like they need $50 just to watch a movie. So it may be a different marketplace that you guys may want to keep going, just because the competition is the other extreme. I'm very confused at the cause and effect of this whole topic. You know, as I said, I'm wondering if the designation is the real issue, or we're really dealing with the plain business realities of running a movie theater. Closing the theater on a really short notice, and I apologize, was really a hardball business tactic. It would seem to me that Bowtie's extremist reaction is not a good sign. To my mind, Bowtie has not really invested in this theater, and I'm not convinced that not designated will really give us all the benefits that we think it's going to give us. We just heard that the designation will not make a difference either way. That was, I believe, early on said. So that it's quite likely that the business decision may have already been made, no matter what we decide, and the signs that we have seen points in one direction. So I would like to save the theater. I would like, as some of the other people said, work with you guys, have the community to figure out what we can do to do it, to better understand the choices on how do you influence your long-term business plans. We assume that not designated will give us our theater back, but I think we, in the end, what we're looking for is not just that if it doesn't get designated, you open it up tomorrow, but close it back in 2 months when you sell it. So we're looking for a longer-term commitment, which could be investing, which is a good sign, because once you invest in a theater, then hopefully it means it's a longer term, or at least it's going to stay as a theater, even if you do sell it to another theater company. But without investment, in my mind, it could be gone in 2 months, even if they open it tomorrow. So my recommendation to the mayor and council is see if there is some way that we can ensure that what the community really wants is keeping the theater. And I think that's the bottom line goal that we're all after. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Alex Spiridaki, and I live on 35 DePeyster Avenue in Tenafly. I moved into Tenafly in 1992 with my family, raised my son, and I love this town. I especially love the theater. I'm a very devoted patron of the theater, and when I saw that it was closed, I was devastated. I have to say that the couple of people who just spoke make a wonderful point. I came here thinking, based on the comments that your CEO made, I think, or what the gentleman who's the owner, he said the business is good, that they want to keep the theater open. So either he's saying the truth, if he is saying the truth, we assume that he has some sort of long-term commitment here. If, like the previous gentleman said, if he comes, opens it in 48 hours or so, and then closes it down in 6 months, because you make really no commitment. If you say, okay, yeah, maybe they changes, maybe business changes. Yeah, we all understand that. We're not born yesterday, unfortunately, but still. So either you make a long-term commitment or you don't. If I'm not sure the historical designation is going to affect this situation. I love Tenafly. I adore Cafe Angelique. It's wonderful. I wish it was like paved and we could walk up and down, no cars in that area. That's my personal opinion. But help us out here we want the theater open. So don't manipulate us emotionally. It's not fair. We love that theater, and we could maybe seek out help from the community. Maybe we can have them, like Teaneck has, a film festival or something. I don't know. But who knows? If you are in business trouble, which I don't think you are, but if you are, let us know. Maybe we'll make a drive to save Tenafly Theater. Don't underestimate our power. We've done lots of wonderful projects in schools. We built turfs, we did this, we did that. So we can do a lot. People move to Tenafly because it's a beautiful town, got great schools. So I came here thinking that the historical designation was the impediment of keeping that theater in Tenafly. It looks like it's not true. So either be straight with us, tell us the truth. Either you stay or you don't. So don't play around with our emotions. It's not fair.
Hello, Adi Wilk, 22 Oak Street. Moved here about 5 years ago, single dad, 13-year-old. And I moved here with my 13-year-old because it's the type of place that he can ride his bicycle downtown. Just like Gavin, he goes to the movies. They're the same age, actually. And then him and I, we go to the movies at least 3-4 times a month. And just like the Chamber of Commerce said, we go to eat afterward. We had to go to Teaneck last Friday because there were no movie theaters here, but there was no place to eat, right? You just go to the movies, and every place sales is kosher and closed on Shabbat. So you had to drive somewhere else. For Tenafly, you can go to the diner, you can go to different places. What was that?
Bischoff's.
Yeah. So, the other part of that is that although we love the movie theater, and business is business, and the business isn't good, I've been there by myself, I'll admit it. I've been to the movie, and I was the only one there. So everybody's got to support it, just like they say the railroad place, if they get a liquor license. Well, that's great and dandy, but if nobody goes, people are going to Englewood. So people have to support the movie theater if you want to go. Again, I've been there by myself, and you could see what business is. But even if they say they're going to open it, which he said he's going to open, and they have to close in 6 months, that means he's got a buyer that's going to buy it and invest millions of dollars to do something else with that building, right? And they want to be here because we know it's going to take millions of dollars to renovate that building. So even if, by not keeping it designated, and if he finds an investor that wants to buy that building, great. That means it's somebody that wants to be here, and we'll see what kind of place they put in.
Good evening. I'm Harriet Malcolm, and I live at 64 Willow Lane, and I live at 64 Willow Lane, and I've lived in Tenafly for the last 24 years. I raised a family here, and I love the movie theater. We've had several children's birthday parties there. My kids rode their bike to the theater for years. I took my 89-year-old mother and my daughter to see A Star is Born days before the theater closed, and like many of you, I was devastated when the theater closed. I didn't understand what was going on because I hadn't kept up with what was happening here. I do want to say that I know Karen Noose personally, and I have the greatest respect for Karen. Your admiration, your dedication, and your commitment to this town is unmatchable, and my respect for you is like none other. So thank you. I listened very carefully to the meeting on October 23rd. I happened to be channel surfing, came to channel 77, and I listened twice. I watched the entire meeting twice, listened to the council, listened to the expert witnesses, listened to the lawyers. And I felt like I was missing something. So I Googled Ben Moss, found 4 emails that I thought might be his, wrote to 4 emails on a Saturday, and 3 hours later, Ben Moss, the CEO of Bowtie, wrote back to me. My main question for Mr. Moss was, is it your plan to continue to operate the property as a theater or to turn it into another commercial space? I understand that you own the property and that this is your business, but I think for the residents, it would be nice to know if our efforts to try to save the movie theater are worthwhile or in vain. So he got back to me 3 hours later, and I posted his response on Facebook that night. He also said that Mr. Masher would be here. Some of what he said is, which I agree, as property owners, we are mindful of the need to protect our investment, and the properties don't often continue in their original configurations or uses forever. While we don't think there is a near-term risk to the theater's continued operation, we also know that we can't count on the theater being the highest and best use for the property forever. However, the short-term answer is yes. It is our desire to reopen the theater and continue to operate it as we have for the last 5+ years, to the extent that the community and the fellow members are able to attend the meeting. Otherwise, share with the council that we would like you to vote against the resolution and therefore allow us to reopen in the theater, and it would be helpful and appreciated. So our hope is that you reopen the theater and you run it as a profitable theater for the next 5 years, 10 years, or 25 years. We appreciate that Mr. Moss wrote back. We appreciate that you guys are in the theater business, and we would love to work with you to keep it a theater. I urge the council to vote against the historic designation. Thank you.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay, my name is Joseph Masher. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Bowtie Cinemas. I've been doing that job for 14 years. Prior to my tenure at Bowtie Cinemas, I was the division manager for Clearview Cinemas. So I've had a connection to Tenafly for the last 18 years because Tenafly was one of my theaters. So while I don't live here, I know the community quite well and I know the theater quite well. I was excited when my company, which is the oldest theater circuit in North America, we're still owned by the same family that started it in 1900. So we understand historic preservation. We understand operating historic properties like no other theater circuit does. Hopefully tonight I'll be able to give you some reassurance that, we are committed to this property. We are here to stay. If the vote goes no this evening, we will reopen the theater tomorrow. I've already booked it with Ralph Breaks the Internet, Creed 2, Bohemian Rhapsody, and an art film, Boy Erased. So that's what's open. If the vote goes no. If the vote is yes tonight, the ownership has said we will continue to keep the theater as is right now. We don't want to own a property that is encumbered by any kind of government regulation that prohibits us from doing what we wish to do with it in the future. Now, that being said, Tenafly is a profitable theater, and I thank you all for that. It is a theater that we enjoy operating. True, we did have it up for sale in the year 2014, but we took it off the market, and at that time I met Mayor Rustin at the theater. At the theater. Rustin is a theater that we own in Virginia. Mayor Rustin at the theater, and again, expressed my commitment to him and to this town. Yes, it was a rash decision to close the theater quickly. We knew that it was going to be emotional for the town. It's also emotional for us. The ownership does not want to have a property that's clamped by some sort of regulation that isn't seemingly fair when other businesses in the town don't have the same type of regulation on them. My history, a little bit of it, I am also the chairman of the board of the Theater Historical Society of America. We're an organization based out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, that protects the history and preserves the history of motion picture buildings. We're not an organization that chains ourselves to buildings that want to get reused, but I can tell you that there used to be a theater in Dumont on Washington Avenue. I can tell you, there used to be theaters in every town. The Queen Anne Theater in Bogota is still sitting there. I guess it's an auto body facility right now. And I understand that you want to protect Tenafly from becoming an auto body facility. I really do appreciate that. But again, as business owners, we just feel we can't be encumbered by any kind of regulation that prohibits us from the highest and best use of the building, whatever that may be in the future. I was there all day today with the manager and the 10 employees that are eager to get back to work. So we just ask that you vote no. And the decision was rash, and I saw your quote in the paper, sir, and that was wrong. It doesn't take up to 6 weeks to book theaters. We booked it today for tomorrow. And you can just call the studios now and say, what, we're closing right now. So you give them back their hard drive, or they disable their content, and the theater is closed. It is part of my capital 2019 plan to put new seats in the theater. We won't have recliners because there'll be only 10 seats in each auditorium. It's so small. But we are looking at new seat models for the theater for 2019. The seats that were in there that Cleary put in about 10 years ago are starting to crack, and they're not very comfortable, so we want to give everybody a more comfortable experience. Bowtie operates historic theaters in downtown areas. We have one in Ridgewood. That is our theater. We have one in Millburn, New Jersey that we're committed to. We have one in Red Bank. We build theaters in downtowns. We're the only theater circuit that are putting theaters into downtowns. We built one in downtown New Haven. It was the first theater in a downtown in 30 years. We bettered that a few years later in Richmond, Virginia, where we bought a locomotive assembly plant that was empty, and we turned it into a 17-screen theater. That theater was built in 1885, that building. And on the same property, there's a 5,000-square-foot brass foundry. I turned that into a 4-screen art house. And now we've just acquired property on the other side of it, and we're putting a drive-in theater on that. So, we're very, very interested in historic theaters. We're very interested in operating historic theaters. If you look at our website, probably 50% of our buildings are of the vintage of the Tenafly Theater. And, I can assure you that, we are here for the long run. I told you this in 2014. Here we are 4 years later, and I'm telling you again, we're here. We'd love to operate the theater. I'd love to reopen it tomorrow. It's up to you guys. Yes.
First of all, I welcome you before, and I welcome you now. Thank you so much. Just a few questions. You say that the theater is profitable.
It is.
Did you ask for a tax abatement? I asked for an Oprah request, and I got the documents for the tax abatement.
I don't know. I don't have that information.
Oh, so you cannot. All right. Okay, so if you don't have that information.
I operate the theaters, not the real estate.
Okay, okay, that was my question, but so you are ready to open the theater tomorrow?
Tomorrow, 7 p.m.
At 7 p.m. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
You've heard our public opinion, and obviously, public opinion sways, and they want our theater back. And you've also heard from our experts on the HPC, who are very interested in preserving our downtown and our architecture and our character. Sorry. My question for you, as board and president of, let me get this right, Theater Historical Society of America, is how can we run a profitable theater that has a historic facade?
The movie business is actually stronger than it's ever been. Last year's attendance is higher than it's ever been, so the gentleman that was speaking against the movies being a dead thing is patently incorrect. People do love going to the movies. There are new theaters being built. And as for theaters, we said we have a history of closing them. Those were leases that if we renewed them, the theaters would become unprofitable. Those were in Closter and Washington Township. And we did sell the building in Bergenfield. That theater did lose money, but remained open. So another operator is running that theater right now. Tenafly is a profitable theater. It's doing very, very well. We'd like it to continue to do well, and thank you again for all your support. And thank you for all your support, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to follow up. That's okay, because that really didn't answer my
I didn't answer your question.
No.
So the Theater Historical Society, what was...
My question is, you said you were right now running other and
Historic
operating of other historical theaters. So I'm asking for Tenafly as trying to find a compromise or a solution here with both parties. How can we in Tenafly run a theater with a historic facade?
We are running it. I mean, it's
You
operating.
are?
Yeah,
And it's
operating.
profitable?
It's profitable. It's getting reseated in 2019 as go according to plan.
So are you intending to demolish the facade going forward?
No.
So then why question?
No.
What?
Because we don't want that encumbrance on the building.
Have you read any of the economic studies that actually show that it's a net market value or an actual increased market value with historic architecture?
It can go either way.
Most of the studies that I have seen in economics actually say it's net neutral. Are you looking to sell in the next 5 years?
We are not.
Okay. Is the facade hindering your business at the moment?
It is not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
She had a question for me?
Do you want it, Joe, do you want to take questions
Sure.
from the audience?
Yes.
Go ahead. You need to speak up louder.
Speaking as a senior in this town since 1981, my friends and I are devastated to be without this movie theater. And as a businessman, we want to see you be successful because we want a movie theater. And there was something mentioned tonight that I think is key.
Yes.
And that is having one of your screens play as an art movie.
Boy Erased opens tomorrow, 7 o'clock.
I know that, but I'm telling you, I've been the only person in the movie theater, and I've been there when you had an art movie, and you've got to be there a half hour early to get a seat.
Yep.
So please, expand the definition. It can't all be blockbuster movies.
And honestly, with the theaters in Closter and Fort Lee now opening up and everything, that opens up that market more for that type of product. It's an issue with the studios sometimes. They don't, we tried to get Green Door for tomorrow, and they wouldn't give it to us. Till next week.
I'm relieved to hear your commitment, because I have also grown dubious, so thank you. And I hope that this is a no, so we can open. Thank you.
Where are we going to go? In recess?
A lot of the theaters around the country are converting some of their screens or a portion of the screen time to gaming. And we have a lot of kids in this town that are very much into gaming. And it's great activity, although I'd rather be out playing sports, it is what it is. Have you given any thought to dedicating some screen time for gaming?
Absolutely. We have I have a meeting coming up with an esports company to do that.
All right, you have to make a decision if you're going to take it off the table. I missed that conversation. It doesn't matter.
I know historic district
We can decide now whether to take it off the table. Right. Hold on. Let's give this woman some courtesy.
I don't
know if the borough's actually considering this. I know you stated that in the past it was addressed, the historic district designation versus an actual building designation. In the event that the borough is willing to consider that option, is the Bowtie Cinnamon open to that idea?
That's a question for the ownership. I can't answer that.
Okay, but from what, and you, what Ms. Brown said is if a district is designated historic, and you're one of those buildings that's, it would be basically, it would be the same as what we're talking about tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we know the answer.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, John Shapisi. I'm here not for the theater. I'm not here in favor of the theater or against the theater. I'm here for Wells Fargo Bank. The firm is Shapisi, McLaughlin, Englewood Cliffs. What we're concerned about, what Wells Fargo is concerned about, is the fact that there's been a constitutional taking by this resolution and ordinance. If you adopt this ordinance, you're creating more havoc in downtown Tenafly than you have today. You have taken people's property rights, you've made those property rights worth less, notwithstanding what Dayton believes. There's no question that when you put an impediment on a property owner's property and preclude its development, you are taking away from its value. The property owned by Wells Fargo should not be designated historic. There are many other things that could be done. We've made some offers to the Historic Preservation Commission, and they were just poo-pooed and blown away. I'm requesting that this governing body does not.
They're not going to open the theater.
I'm sorry, Mayor?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I know you were addressing me.
No.
There have been many offers made to the Historic Preservation Commission to sit down and address this issue. But unfortunately, rather than address it, they had a mission. Their mission was to take Ms. Brown's report and designate my property, my client's property, the bank property, and originally there were 5 properties. But for some reason, one of them fell off the list, and I don't know how that happened, because going through the minutes, we don't know how one property fell off the list, and I asked, maybe the governing body can answer that question. There were 5 originally designated. If you look at the report tonight from Ms. News, she says there were 5 properties, but only 4 were designated. Could somebody answer that question? What happened to the one that wasn't? How did it become unhistoric?
I'd like to address a first point. I'd like to address your first point as to the taking
No,
first.
you answer that one question.
Karen?
will, but
no,
first,
Lauren,
I-
Lauren, please wait to be recognized. Karen, did you want to answer that question? Just come up and speak so that they can hear you.
Fine. Don't be rude. Don't be rude.
In a review of the minutes of the mayor and council that I made today, it appears that mayor and council made the decision not to go forward with the 5th property. And I would just correct Mr. Shapisi, these properties were never designated. That's what we're discussing tonight.
Karen, did you want to add, Lauren,
I would,
please?
thank you, Mayor. Mr. Shapisi, the Supreme Court in 1978 actually said historical landmarking is not a taking of the property. It was considered a promotion of something in the public interest. So I just wanted to correct you there.
But you have been so wrong on all your legal citations on
Not
every
this one.
time we've addressed anything. I can't take any credence for what you're saying.
That's fine. You can bring it up at the
Practice law
Supreme
when you're
Court.
practicing law. Sit here as a councilwoman and take our comments.
Mr.
Please.
Shapisi,
This is
it's
good
very
law.
rude of you to be so discarded,
If this audience saw what you put us through at the last meeting of the council in private session.
They saw
when you
everything.
did not listen to anything. You listened to no one. You went ahead, you were marching in a direction which is wrong.
Mr.
And you
Shapisi, you
didn't
don't
wanna
know in
listen
what
to the
directions
public.
we are
You
marching.
just wanted debate. You and she wanted debate every issue. that
Mr.
comes before
Shapisi,
us.
it's very
You
rough.
shouldn't do it.
Excuse me, it's very wrong for you to basically debase a person trying to basically say that's not qualified or so. If you want to do it in a polite way, it's different, but
I
try.
have no idea what you're saying. I hear
Okay,
words, but they make no sense.
it's very basically so rude for you to basically make comments about a member as not being
I
qualified.
got 2 people too.
Mayor.
Yes.
Public,
What I'd like to do is get an I'd like to
Hold
get-
on.
I'm asking a simple
Hold on a
question.
second. Who are you addressing the
Mayor,
question
I'll
to?
ask you.
Mayor, I want to respond.
And maybe somebody in the council
One
can answer.
second.
Mayor, there were 5 properties that were recommended by the Historic Preservation Commission. 4 of them are here tonight with ordinances. What happened to the 5th one?
Well, I was under the impression, well, you want to answer that,
I would
Lauren?
like to respond, and then I will respond to your earlier comments. The council voted to move forward 4 out of the 5 properties.
Why only 4?
Hold on.
First of all, public comment is not allowed from the audience.
Please.
Second of all, please give us the respect. We are doing our jobs up here.
I'm still
That property underwent the exact same evaluation as the other 4. Ms. T. Robin Brown and our HPC proffered 5 reports. We decided, as a council, after reviewing the expert reports, which properties to go through. It was taken as a vote.
When?
Thank
The
you.
mayor
Okay,
and council
it's,
on June 13th voted to exclude the one. Can I ask the council, what was the reason to exclude the one?
It was a work system.
It was just a simple matter that we didn't believe it met the criteria.
But I want to see if that criteria would apply to the other properties.
We are
If you are in your mind.
You know, each one of the-
I remember this conversation.
each one of these ordinances
Shapezi?
stands on its own.
Yes, Mr. Chapezi, that property had undergone significant changes, I believe, in the time period. It was not as preserved as the other 4, it was my recollection of it. And the other
it's
thing is, I
immaterial.
graduated
What are we
law
trying to
school,
do?
and I know my law, and I would appreciate that respect.
Mayor, continue. Continue with our objection. If you want to do this, the way to do it is to set up a committee, whether it's the Historic Preservation Committee, a subcommittee of the mayor and council, meet with the property owners that are being affected before you do it. Don't affect the cinema, don't affect the bank. Does anybody know that the bank is parking for nothing to the city, to Tenafly? Does anybody know that?
It's what?
You have parking that's given to Tenafly at no cost by the bank.
Has
Are you
anything,
aware of that? Are you aware of that?
You've been,
it has
yes.
anything
Are
to
you
do with the
aware of that?
historic?
Sir, are you aware of that?
No, and I don't think has to do anything with the historic designation.
Well, hold,
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that my mother used to be in Cuba. Does it matter? What has to do with the fact that there's
no,
parking?
excuse me.
It's saying the same thing that you are saying.
Once again, I think the point that he's trying to make is they consider themselves, as I do, to be a good neighbor or good part of Tenafly. That is fine. I think what the councilman is saying is that really doesn't have an impact on whether the council feels that you've met, your building has met the criteria. And I agree with that line of thinking. One thing really has nothing to do with the other. However, it's so noted. And, I'm disappointed at this particular point that the demeanor on both sides is slipping beyond a level that I think is.
Mayor, I apologize to the council members and the members of the audience, but we are so frustrated with what's happened in this procedure. Every time we ask, is this matter on the agenda? The agenda is not given out until not just here, also with the Historic Preservation, also with the Planning Board. We were never given a copy of an agenda until the day of or the day before the meeting. We came to a planning board, we came to a planning board meeting. The night of the planning board meeting, we were given a report from the planner for the town. Every week we were asking, one of the attorneys in my office, just asking every week, when are you getting information? You'll get it when we give it to you. That's the response we had. So you can see, appreciate the frustration of my client and my office, because it looks like you're doing things behind closed doors. I'm not saying you are, but it gives that wrong impression. So I would strongly recommend, if you want to do anything moving forward, you should do the following. Vote this ordinance down, set up a committee, meet with the property owners that are affected, and do it the right way. Don't do it backwards, all right? Do it the correct way, and I think everybody would appreciate it, and would be in the best interest of Tenafly. Thank you.
Mr. Shapezi, for your clarification, we post the agendas the day before the meeting at 4 p.m., and we have on our website for the entire year, once we establish a meeting calendar, what the deadline is for the public to give us information, what my deadline is to give the governing body the information, and when to be on the lookout for the agenda to be posted. And I had spoken to Danielle Cardone from your office throughout the whole year, and I've told her, I'm working on the agenda, I don't know. And I have told her when it has been on. I have emails attesting to that.
Many emails to Danielle.
Yes.
The day of the meeting.
Not the day
Or the
of.
night before the
Because that is when we posted the agenda.
Absolutely absurd.
All right, hold on. I think it's very simple. What I'm hearing him say is that they don't believe that getting this information the day before a meeting is sufficient, okay? And as a businessman, I might tend to agree. I'm not sure exactly what specific information you're looking for, but I do know that if you come before this body or the planning board, both of which I serve on, and say we have not had sufficient time to review whatever you're reviewing, we would give you a continuance.
At the planning board meeting, we requested a copy of the planner's report. We received it at the meeting that night for the first time, and they voted on it to recommend that this matter was fine. When you referred it to them, it's not the way to run government.
I hear you.
With all due respect, I must interject. If we post it at the beginning of the year and you see a meeting May 15th, it might be there, oh, the agenda will be up May 14th. Oh, there's a meeting June 12th. Let me look for the
No, but
agenda on June 16th.
What he's saying?
It is listed on the agenda. It would say historic designation of the downtown.
If you request the materials that are being considered, you're not given them.
We cannot under the Open Public Records Act. Those are deliberative materials. If I were to provide that to you, I would be in violation of that act, and my license would be jeopardized. I have to follow the law as it is written.
The law is simple. Once it's made public, you can distribute it. So
No.
ask you, excuse me.
No.
recommend-
Hold on.
If it's until council takes action, no, until council takes action,
Function this way, why can't you?
we follow the procedures under the state legislature. Until council takes action, it is deliberative material. If council doesn't take any action, I cannot give the document. If council does proceed, then all those documents are subject to Oprah, and I have to provide them within 7 business days. Thank you.
If the governing body or the planning board pass a resolution saying that when a report is submitted to the board and is given to the board members, a report from a town official, a town employee or a town body is to be made available to the public, it can be and she can.
I'm going to bow to the borough attorney. That's his job.
You could do that,
But you elect not to, Bill. I mean, that's the whole problem.
and since we have,
Speak into the mic, Bill.
since we have combined meetings, work session, and our regular meeting, we may get the documents for the work session, but they're still deliberative, so they're technically not releasable. You're saying that we should do things differently because you want to see something in particular.
No, if you want to function as if you're part of these United States and not part of communist Cuba or someplace.
Okay.
Hold on. You say
Okay,
that, but what we're doing.
Mr.
what we're
Trapezi,
doing-
let me remind you that an Oprah request was filed for those landmark nomination reports, and I provided you those reports to Danielle via Dropbox. Thank you.
I know, we received those. I'm not complaining.
It's,
So that's a
this,
report.
this conversation is so rude. It's so.
All right, enough.
You are fighting the entire council that tells you that we're doing it according to the law, and you're trying to say change the law because I want to have it differently.
Excuse me, I don't want you to change the law.
You wanna change the-
There's another way you can do it if you don't
Okay.
want to do it in secret.
Mr. Shapezi, I see.
I'm
that-
going to close the public comment section now, and I'm going to ask,
Yeah.
I'm good. What, Karen?
I would just like to state for the record that we gave this property owner more delays at the HPC for their hearings than any other property owner from the end of May until November, December. They continually asked for delays, and we granted them those delays because they said they needed more time. So I'm highly
Continuances?
offended on behalf of the HBC and for mayor and council that he is alleging that there were some kind of improprieties here.
Okay. The mayor and council have a couple of options here that I would, as to how to proceed on these ordinances. I'm going to ask the borough attorney to explain the two options, and, go ahead.
More than one, but, okay.
I said
more than
two.
two.
Speak into the mic, Bill, will
okay.
you please?
I think my voice carries, so. Well, right now, the last thing that was done with respect to these ordinances was there was a motion to table them. All right, so right now, the only way they can be considered would be for someone to make a motion to remove them from the table. If that doesn't happen, since they were tabled to today, or if they were tabled without date, since this is the next regular meeting, they would die. Those motions would just die. And
Those what would die?
the ordinances, well, no, the motions would die.
Yeah.
The motion to designate
The
would
motions,
die.
the motions with respect to those would die. So it would be as if no action was ever taken on them. If they're removed from the table, then they would be up for action by this governing body. They could deny, they could, you know, approve or disapprove the ordinances, or anything else that was allowed procedurally. They could table them again, theoretically. But that's really the only options. You'd have to remove them from the table right now in order to do anything on them.
So what is the future if we were to not remove them from the table? You say they would die.
It's
Well,
the
I'm-
equivalent-
Listen, I'm asking the borough attorney. I
Yeah.
know we have a bunch of experts here, but the borough attorney's got to speak.
If you don't, if someone makes a motion to remove from the table, and that motion does not carry, then the original motion that was tabled will die, as if the motion was never made.
So where
As if
where
like
does
a
it,
turning it down.
where does that
Turning
leave
down.
where does that leave the ordinances?
The
they would-
ordinances, there would be no motion then to do anything with the motion, to designate. Let's say if the motion was to approve each of the ordinances, the motion would be as if it was never made. So no action was taken.
Right. So then I'm going to ask our clerk this question, because I'm not hearing what I need to hear,
Yeah.
Bill. That is, if we don't take it off the table, and something dies, I don't know, we'll have to call Barrett's, something dies, what happens to those ordinances? Can they be reintroduced? Do we have to go through the whole process again, or it's like it never happened?
For this council, it is the equivalent of a no. Based on the meeting calendar, they cannot be reintroduced and heard. If there's to be any other action, it would be up to a future council, whether it's next year, 5 years, 10 years, after I retire, hopefully. Then
So what is the difference, between letting it die or taking it off the table and voting no?
the difference is you would have to hold yet another public hearing, and everything else that we have listed on both agendas, we can't do tonight. Is to move the business along.
No,
If we just let it die at the table.
if we let it die at the table, it's done.
It's done,
If
it's
we
done.
vote to take it off the table, we'd have to go through a public hearing
For each ordinance.
for each ordinance. So if we let it die, all of these ordinances are canceled out,
The only
basically.
public hearing we have is for a totally separate ordinance that had nothing to do with historic
Okay.
designation.
I'm going to ask each member of the council to weigh in now, starting with Max.
Okay, can we say what, is that the time when we're gonna have our say and then basically tell our opinion and what we wanna do?
If the motion is not taken off the table,
Yeah.
the original motion that was tabled,
Yeah.
is not taken off the table,
Yes.
there's going to be a motion either to take it off the table or.
The motion will be made to take it off the table. If the three of you vote no,
Yeah,
it stays on the table and dies.
and dies.
But you could have discussion on the
But
motion.
when do we have a time to discuss?
You can discuss, after the motion is made and there's a second, you can have time to discuss.
No, I want to
On,
discuss the
just on the
process.
issue of.
One second,
of
you'll
taking
get
off
your
the
turn.
table.
No, it's just an issue of taking it off the table. I wanna discuss the merit before we make the decision.
Agreed.
So, wait a
The
minute.
merit before we.
We are going to now make a motion, Bill, explain to me, we are going to make a motion now whether to
Just to
keep it on the table or take it off the table.
Yeah.
Well, it
No,
would be
no,
a
no,
motion,
no, no.
be a motion to take her off the table.
The only motion is to take it off the table. My recommendation,
Please.
my recommendation is for each of the governing body members to have a say and then obtain a consensus whether to take it off the table. If there is a consensus to do so, there's a motion, a second, and a vote. If there is a consensus to not take it off the table, then we can move on.
Okay,
But
so
wait a minute, when you say discuss, are you suggesting just discuss the merit of taking it off the table or discuss the merit of the issue?
Merit of the issue.
okay, so we can discuss the merit of the issue, and all right. So I'll start because you gave me the
Because you're responding to public comment.
yeah. Okay, so my name is Max Bosch, and I want to discuss the issues today. There was a lot of communication about the fact that the public really wants those proposals to die because it's much more important to have a theater in town than to have a historical designation for a theater which might close. I'm going to tell you my personal opinion, and then I'm going to tell you how I'm going to vote. There is no question in my mind that the historical specific theater, it's a historical building. Besides the fact that you have the testimony of our historians, there is also the emotional feeling that I have, basically because the theater building was built by the Sabin family, who was the first family Jewish family in Tenafly, and they created the first Jewish community. And for me, the first Jewish community is as important as the first Dutch community in this country or the first Irish community. And to hear somebody say that it's not historic, there is only one single entity who can decide if this building is historic or not, and that's the historical, board that we have in town. That being said, there is a lot of opposition here to designating a historical building because we might lose a theater. And I, as a member of the community and working for the community, because this is the feeling of the community, I will vote to table these resolutions, which means that those resolutions will die, and that's going to be the end of it. It doesn't mean that I don't believe that the theater is not historic and the properties are not historic, but it's important to understand that we are here to serve the community. And it's the same thing is important for the people. And we're looking at the same commitment for the ownership of the theater, at the bank, and everybody else to understand that they serve the community. So I'm going to move to table this resolution.
It was already tabled.
So not to taking off the table.
My turn, Mayor?
Please.
Hi, my name is Shama Heder. I hope everybody will take the opportunity to read the report that the expert wrote. It really will give you a sense of the history of the place. It will really make you understand why the designation was so important. And I really do believe that that building really deserves to be designated. But, like Max, and I'm sure most people on the council, I'm a moviegoer myself, and I too have been in that theater all by myself, but I still keep going back because I don't want to drive to Challenger Boulevard and I don't want to go to Closter, and I really want to keep the theater in town. Also, I think we have to realize that our downtown is unfortunately not as thriving as we would like it to be. It's not where it should be, and as the council, it is our responsibility to make it as business-friendly as possible. I think if we create a business-friendly environment, hopefully that will draw in the kind of businesses that will make Tenafly thrive in the future. So I too am going to vote for, keeping it on the table? Keeping it on the table. I don't want to get it wrong.
Thank you, everyone who spoke tonight, especially the young kids who came out and didn't do their homework. Thank you for that. Of course, I am incredibly disappointed that we are at this juncture. I do believe, as Mr. Lee said, it is a false dichotomy about whether we should preserve our history here in Tenafly versus whether we should help the small business. And unfortunately, the two should be complementary, but tonight we don't have that. I would like to address the public's concern, since I have such a wrapped out audience, about the mayor and council's goals and revitalization efforts here. For those of you who have not attended a meeting before, we are very much working hard for you and trying to rebuild our downtown in many ways, as well as considering this HPC as one of those tools. We have been focusing on our traffic patterns. We have been building greenways. We have been working with our Chamber of Commerce on a rails to trails bike and pedestrian path. We have been considering a parking garage. We have been considering revitalizing our parking lots. We have been considering the vacant property ordinance, which you heard, to try to get business in town. For those of you who say you only go to downtown to run into a store and run out, I'm sorry about that. We have some wonderful brand new businesses here that have taken our town and our history and our charm, and they've made themselves a home here, and we hope you patronize them. You know, we can't do this alone. We need our community to support our downtown as well. We are looking, like you heard, at ways for better liquor permitting. We have bid out for Cafe Angelique to have a municipal liquor license, as you heard, and we are looking into tax breaks for historic designations. At this time, there's a bill on the floor in the House. We hope it passes through, so pay attention, and maybe in the future, we can revisit this with working with our local businesses to designate and receive those tax incentives. I think that would be a great compromise for the future. I am listening. I have spoken to many of you outside of this meeting, and I'm hearing you today. And I, along with my other council members, will agree to keep it on the table. I hope that the theater stays open for a long time. I hope you invest in our community and in our residents, because clearly they would like you to stay. I look forward to the new seating, and I hope some more changes as well. And I hope you are an anchor store for new business to come. Thank you.
It appears that I'm not going to need to vote. There's not going to be a tie. I knew that when only 3 showed up. But I would like to say a couple of things. First, I'd like to address the Historic Preservation Commission. I have a lot of respect for their chair and the members of the commission, and I know my stance on the theater has alienated some of them, and I apologize for that because I believe in what they do. I also don't understand what I've just heard, because I hear two of the 3 council people tell me they believe it's historic, but they're going to vote against it. And the third I didn't get a sense of where she stood on the historic designation.
Clearly historic.
I'm pleased that the action taken tonight should relieve the concern of the theater owners, because we all agree. The one thing we can all agree on in this room is that a theater needs to stay here in Tenafly, and I'm convinced from listening to the owners that that is their intent. You can't ask a business to stay anywhere longer than its profitability. So that part is up to the residents. We have to make sure that we patronize this place. I want to thank the HPC for their efforts. I want to talk briefly about Charlie Brown's. It was talked about that they were too late with Charlie Brown's. Well, you know what? Charlie Brown's was, each property stands on its own. But Charlie Brown's did not get designated, and yet it was vacant for 5 years. I can't imagine a designation on that building would have got it occupied sooner. Maybe, but not likely, because if somebody wanted to come in there and keep it historic, they had all the opportunity in the world. The last thing we need in this town is more vacant properties. So do I think that the town went forward with the new use of Charlie Brown's? That's open to conjecture how you feel about it. However, I think we all agree that there's nothing we'd rather see at this location than the movie theater. As far as the comments made about our downtown, some of them, are, in my mind, are rather discouraging. I apologize for repeating myself, because I've said this many times. During the summer concerts that we run in Hyla Park, I often sit on my chair and turn to that streetscape, and it gives me pause. I think that streetscape from West Clinton to Washington is a beautiful streetscape, well worth preserving. I'm not sure. I don't have the expertise to tell you that I don't think it's historic, but it's certainly well worth preserving. And I'm wondering, if this theater stays here for another 10 years, do you really think they're going to change the facade on that building? I think there's a lot of other things they need to do first, and some of them were described. So I'm not overly concerned about losing that facade. I am overly concerned about losing the theater. So what happens now? If we were to designate it, I believe them at their word, we'd lose a theater. We don't designate it, there's no guarantees in life, but the people that here want to go to the movies this weekend, I think you're going to be in luck. So I'm very pleased that the council is going to take, can I call it an inaction or an action when we leave it on the table?
Let's just move on.
One of the things I was told a long time ago was, if you understand Robert's Rules of Order, you rule the world. So I'm glad we have our clerk and our attorney here to guide us correctly. I want to thank everybody for their patience and for their comments. And
Why don't we recess, and when we come back, we resume the work session?
so we can officially say that the ordinances are not going to be taken off the table. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and believe it or not, we have some serious business ahead of us.
Do we need a motion to go into recess?
Yeah.
A motion to go into recess.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're back to the work session to be considered C.
Yes.
Yeah.
2019 meeting calendar. We have our council-elect here. First, we have to determine what day in January and time to hold the recess and reorg meetings.
Well, New Year's Day is what day of the year? What day of the week?
Yeah, it's your meeting.
Tuesday. It's Tuesday. January 1 is Tuesday, Mayor.
Can they come on up?
Yes.
No, they don't
On
have
the
to come up.
3rd, I'm going to Cuba.
So let's do it on the 4th.
Gordon Johnson?
The
Yeah.
4th is a Friday.
You rich man, you. I couldn't afford
Are you
it.
going to
No,
Cuba?
I'm not going on that one.
Yeah, wait,
There is a cheaper one.
I'm scheduled to go to the Cuba trip in the first week of January. Is that what we're talking about? I'm pulling up the calendar.
You go on that trip?
I don't know. I put my passport in.
You're going?
No.
I put my
We're not
passport in. We'll see. But I'm scheduled right now to go.
Okay, sorry about this.
So does everybody agree?
What's the
Tuesday, January the 1st?
No, I'm not here. I'm not here.
What's right here?
No, January 1st is okay.
No, that's a holiday. You're on the wrong page. No, see, question mark.
Are you getting the unit restriction into the ordinance?
Could you
moved on from
could you
that.
please?
No, I'm not here. I'm gonna
We
assume
have to
I'm
do
going
it
to the
before the 7th.
So
I'm
what's
sorry?
7
By
Wednesday?
law, we have to do it before the 7th.
Before the 7th day.
So what's wrong with the
You might have to
2nd?
do it without me.
With the
If I'm
2nd?
in Cuba, they can do it without me.
No, it's 3. On the 3rd is the departure. On the 2nd, you are here. Lauren, on the
The
2nd,
2nd is a
I'm here on
Wednesday.
the- I thought it was the 1st through the 4th.
3rd to the 7th.
Are we on different trips?
Why aren't you telling me about
Oh,
it?
shush, shush. Yes, 3rd, yeah, 3rd is the
So
2nd.
second, so do the second.
2nd is this,
Wednesday, the 2nd.
yeah.
Wednesday, the 2nd is fine. Will the council members, current council members not be here?
We are gonna be here.
You won't be here.
Yeah.
Wednesday, January the 2nd at 7:30.
That's the reorg meeting?
That's
Yeah.
the well, what time? Are we going to do the
We should
Re-
do,
the recess meeting at 7
we should do the recess at 7.
and the reorg at 7:30?
7:30.
January 2nd, 7 PM it starts.
Right.
We'll have our usual hors d'oeuvres in between.
Can I come?
Sure. You're
Becky,
part
you
of
have
the
to-
recess.
You won't eat too much, will you?
You're part of the recess meeting.
Oh, yeah, I have to be part of the recess meeting.
Okay,
7
so,
o'clock, yes?
with the rest of the meeting schedule, I looked at, all the Jewish holidays, all the Catholic holidays, election, the Monday meetings won't conflict with the Dumont Court that we'll be having here on Mondays. The only exception is, instead of Monday, November 18th, I did this before going to the league. The league is from November 19th to the 21st, so we could hold the November meeting on Tuesday, November 12th.
Oh, instead of the 18th.
Yes, because the league is the following day.
That's better.
So we're going to have the 5th and the 12th.
No, there's nothing on the 5th. The 5th is election
Oh, all right,
day.
the 12th, okay.
Yes.
So the one meeting in November is Tuesday, the
November 12th, and it won't interfere with the league, and it won't interfere with Thanksgiving.
Did you, sorry, but did you by any chance check the school calendar as well for the vacations? Because I don't have it up right now.
I don't think they voted on it.
I don't
on
think
it
it's
yet.
ready yet.
Okay. All right, I'm thinking those April dates might be in one of the vacations, but I'm not sure.
Well, we all miss meetings. That's a legitimate reason,
let's see, Good
vacation, somewhere
Friday-
warm.
Good
No
Friday is the 19th, so it may be that week of April 16th.
No, they don't usually they don't usually have spring break on Good Friday, do they?
They sometimes they include Good Friday, or they start the week after.
When is
Good Friday.
Passover?
Want me to pull that up?
That's probably,
I'll tell you in 1 second.
I don't have it listed because we don't have to
Passover
change.
2019.
Passover is the 20.
Friday, April 19th, Saturday to April 27th. So we're all good on that.
Yeah.
So let's leave it that way for now. We can always change it.
Okay.
All right, so I'll make the necessary amendments, notice the recess and reorg meeting, and let finance know so they could establish the bill list.
Next is the recommendation of the Board of Health against recreational
Before we
marijuana.
go, just 1 second. Lisette, would you be able to send that out in a form that's not a PDF? Please.
Yeah, then we can click on it and add to calendar.
Yeah, then I can copy to the calendar. Any other format, I can just.
Word.
Word,
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
By the way, you know there's an option to have a shared council calendar?
Yeah, Outlook will do that.
All
So,
of it.
yeah. We all can be on one calendar for all of the business meetings.
Yeah.
So one calendar would come up, the mayor has something, Lizette has something, we know Sean was at the library, we know Max is at the senior center, whatever it is.
Next year, I won't be at the library.
Hey,
Maybe you'll be on the library board. Who
I
knows?
got a complaint that you weren't at the library this year.
I'm sure you did.
All right.
Said it's a hell of a commute from Pakistan. Okay, next on the agenda is the Board of Health recommendation, prohibition of recreational marijuana. We have not taken a stand on that yet, so I hope everybody read it. I also read in a article today, and once again, who knows who's writing these articles, that in Colorado, the cost to the state is much greater than the revenue benefits. I don't know how accurate that is. Did anybody else see, you see that, Bill?
I didn't see that, but I went to the league seminar on it, and they were talking about the added costs of, but they were talking about the added costs to the municipalities, not necessarily to the overall state.
Well, I've also
Also
seen where a lot of municipalities are not banning it because the millenniums want it, but on the other hand, we have a significant list of local municipalities that have banned it, like Cresskill and Demarest.
I have a question. If the state permits it, can the municipality ban it?
That's part of
You can
the,
opt out, yeah, you're allowed to opt out, and although
Under zoning.
it becomes an ordinance issue, not
But
a crime.
what is the reasoning why we are banning it?
well,
Why would we ban
did
it?
did you,
I read the little thing they wrote.
okay, well, I mean, some, you know,
They just didn't give any
everything.
real reasons.
Everything is got two sides to it. Some people feel it's a gateway drug. Some people don't want, will it lead to a head shop in town? Will it encourage young kids? Adults are gonna get it anyway.
Would be a head shop.
But
Right.
say
Old term.
we don't permit it and somebody gets it or is using it or stopped using it, whatever, can they then?
It goes under our non-smoking ordinance.
Well, first of all, it doesn't prohibit people from using it. It only prohibits
Somebody
the
who
sale
wants
of
to
it in
sell.
town.
Sale in town.
Opening up a,
But could that be challenged, I mean, in a?
No.
No, because there'd be legislation that allows the town to opt out. You have a certain period of time to opt out, after, if and when the.
We'll table, I think that we should table
Let's
this.
just wait for the state to decide before
Exactly,
we take
that's
any
fine,
action
yeah.
one way or the other, because I'd like to see the parameters.
Exactly, before we try to banish
We
booze.
shouldn't be banning things
Yeah.
in a rush.
Okay.
All right.
Master plan amendment, do we have to vote on that, or are we good?
No. Well,
just have to
next
be
is
aware
planning
of it.
board comments on ordinance number 18-23,
skip
the
it?
only ordinance that we're adopting tonight. And
Yeah, it has to be adopted tonight, otherwise it's not gonna,
Yeah, but
Okay.
I could not see the overlay plans. I tried to get through all that, I couldn't see the overlay plans.
you couldn't see the map?
No, I could not, and I looked in the big one. They were talking, map number 3, map number 2, but I couldn't see a
You
map.
couldn't see, I have it here.
Where is this?
It's under, if you go under the public meeting.
Yes, I'm going now.
It's not under the,
I'm on the
It's-
public
Yeah,
meeting.
go down, and in between ordinance, it's right under ordinance 18-28.
Ordinance 18-28.
oh, here's the overlay. Oh, I was looking at it the wrong place.
Yes, or, okay,
There it is.
18-28, you said.
Yeah, but what's being heard is 23, which has to deal with performance bonds.
I don't have any issue with it, I think.
Okay.
Max, have you seen this?
Yeah, that's what's posted.
That's what it was.
Authorize that.
Right, now we're
That's
just-
part of the settlement. There was consensus.
That's what it was. Okay.
Now you just-
Yes,
this is
please,
just
I-
the-
that's what,
Worked on with the planners.
no, it's different, completely different,
Well, it's evolved into something different.
completely
What the
different.
board-
Thing is, we need this because of, our- you know, we have to pass this as part of our code, so.
Completely different, so look at here. No, no, it's not.
And what was the reasoning for changing?
Is there, yes, is there like a reason
Reason why it was
amendment?
changed?
How is this done?
How
Wasn't
does
that,
Well, just, you know, working with the planner to come up with zones
special
that make
master.
it make sense, you
So
know.
the previous ones that we worked on didn't make sense? We
Well,
worked
some of
with
them are
the
still,
planner?
some of them are still there.
Okay.
So just so we understand, the red are RDP and components and
Unmet need.
unmet needs. RDP means what? Lisa, do you know what RDP means?
Realistic development potential.
So are those already developed?
They have
No.
potential.
yeah,
Potential.
because it has the Serpentine Road area.
Potential, it's a potential.
Potential.
What I'm very
It's
concerned.
doable.
want to see this all on the record. That's all it is. You gotta co-settle.
Right, you're just
No, no, because see,
affirming what you.
for example, this triangle, we know that somebody wants to build.
Yeah, but that's not an overlay.
Is you- what it is?
Is RDP,
What is
realistic
it?
development
No, it's a
potential.
real estate development potential.
Realistic
Realistic.
development.
Realistic.
Oh, so which one are the overlay, the blue ones?
Blue ones.
Oh, okay,
Unmet need components theoretically, what
Okay.
we're saying to fair
The-
housing.
Okay, okay, okay.
These could be, but these are overlays which cover us for co-op.
yeah, which will have those, and we just gave,
Yeah.
is this the Clinton Inn?
The Dean Drive, it's the area beyond the Clinton Inn, you know, the two.
But this one
houses.
is the Clinton Inn.
That, the blue is the Clinton Inn.
So we tell them they can do 40 units, 40 apartments per unit.
Well, no, they
Text
still have to
them.
meet zoning requirements.
I am.
All right,
We'll go for a variance.
okay. Well, my concern was the triangle, but you said that a triangle is not an overlay.
No. Huh?
Yes, it's the secret sauce.
No.
Writing
It says up here, do not share with the
Complain
Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, remember when Mr. Shapiz was complaining that, yeah, we just
Okay, let's
zoned
move
out the
on.
greenway out of the
All right,
development.
folks, let's move on. Drainage easement evaluation, 10 Lindley Avenue.
Wait, do we have to vote on the last one? No.
No,
No, no.
just point of information.
On this thing, the homeowner wanted to make a change so that they can expand their house. There's an easement there already. They recommend, they asked the borough engineer if that easement could be moved. The borough engineer said, yes, it has no negative impact at the cost of the homeowner. So this is basically doing something for the people that live at 10 Lindley Avenue.
Do we have any liability if they break anything?
No, they have the
They're going
liability.
to- They're going to replace it with a new one.
Right.
Assuming they do it right.
Yes, so, well, that's the
Our
engineer's
old
job.
one is getting replaced with a new one.
Yeah, but
Flipped
what,
over.
explain to me, why do they do that? What's the?
Well, they're doing it because they
wanna
want to expand their house, And they can't do it over the easement, current easement, so they're moving the easement.
And they never had an easement.
No, there is an easement, they're moving the easement.
But no, what I understand is there was not an
Yeah,
easement.
there wasn't a filed easement.
It was not a file easement. It was a pipe that goes on without an easement. So theoretically, they could just build on that.
Well, they can't.
They can't.
Because it's an improvement that exists underneath their property, predated their deed, and.
Oh,
it
okay.
was in there.
So even without
I
an
apologize,
easement.
it wasn't,
It's
even
like
without
easement
an
by
easement.
prescription.
Okay, so even if it was in the deed, that means that they cannot, all right, now I understand.
So,
I apologize, I used the wrong terminology.
so they're gonna have to draft it, or someone's gonna have to draft it, you know, I guess Andy's office will
Yeah.
do the meets and bounds.
Now they have to
and then
put
we
it in.
Yeah, we'll have to do it by way of
Resolution.
ordinance or resolution.
So is Mazer going to hire the engineers or the private
It's,
owner?
we're receiving,
No, the applicant hires the engineer.
Okay.
we are accepting the easement.
We accepted
Onto
the
their
pipe.
land to fix the drain pipe?
They're giving us the easement.
Yeah, they said they have to give us the sewer pipe and an easement.
Right.
Is the sewer
But
pipe in
we're
there?
talking about the easement now. The homeowner's giving us the easement.
They have to.
Correct. If you read down the last paragraph on the
Yeah.
last page, recommendations, all right? Our office has reviewed the pipe relocation plan and easement documentation provided by the applicant. We recommend that the mayor and council approve
Yeah.
the proposed easement. Once the easement has been approved, the applicant shall file the easement with the county and provide proof of the easement documents have been filed. The tax maps shall be updated to reflect the drainage easement during the yearly tax map updates after the documents have been filed with the county. This will be a construction job that our building department will oversee.
Right, but it's a question of,
Maybe.
we have to do a resolution or ordinance, I don't know. I think an ordinance.
Yeah,
I haven't
Accept
done
an
one
easement?
in,
So ask
Yeah, it's such a long
ask
time, I think
Andy.
it's an ordinance.
Okay.
Just
To
ask
accept
Andy.
an easement? Or to,
yeah, because they
Under
they
local
need
property.
something to file with the county
okay.
It's
to establish it.
right, it's a property, right that the borough's getting.
All right.
And it goes to us and not the planning board?
Goes to us, not the planning board.
No, us.
An easement on land?
It's an easement on private property being given to the borough.
Okay,
The mayor and council, the governing body has to accept the easement.
okay.
Borough administrators report.
Yes.
Report away.
Okay. I'm just trying to follow up with the road program study.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. And I just need to know, as we're preparing the budget, I would like to
New Jersey deal.
put money in the capital budget to have this road study in order for us to do proper planning for the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But this was held off from the prior work sessions, in part because there was this possibility of a DOT program, but that's only for walkways and bikeways. It's not a comprehensive road study.
Can we still do the bikeway and pathway one? Because I thought that was a free service the DOJ did, or DOT, excuse me.
They
DOT.
should not be mutually exclusive.
No, I know, but in order, the DOT is free.
No, they
The-
should be mutually exclusive.
The DOT is free, but the program study, we have to
Yeah.
set aside funds, and we're
Yeah.
working on the budget. I want to know, can I put this in the capital budget?
Who does the
Yeah.
study?
Mason does the study. They go through all the roads, and
They
then.
gave us a sample study of
and then
another
I
town.
saw that,
Yeah.
Roseanne.
And then what they do is they color code the roads, and we could
Oh, that was
plan
that.
and be like, all right, we're spending this much money to fix these red roads and grade this repair, instead of going just by the volume of complaints on specific
Yeah, of
roads.
course.
Instead of doing squeaky wheel,
Yeah.
we do something
So
that's good.
How much is the general cost?
20,000.
It's about 20,000-25,000 at
We're gonna
most.
budget 20,000.
I think it's
Can we
money
find
that's-
out, Mazer was supposed to tell us, or
Well spent,
DOT,
is it?
if
Yeah.
at least the bike and pathways were
Yeah.
free.
Exactly.
And we didn't have to pay for that part.
That is free.
So
we
let's
should
get
do
that
that
done
anyway.
now, of course. I absolutely want to do the bike, because remember, if Rails to Trails
Yeah,
comes
it's
into
no-
fruition,
it's no
we
cost
need bike paths through town and walking paths to get there. We need safe riders onto there.
All right, I'll reach out to Sunny and tell her to move ahead with that.
Great,
Yeah.
great.
Okay, so, okay,
And
for
since
the
we are at
Chris
that,
2019, and
And
to
thank you to our
piggyback
chamber
on
for that.
Yeah.
I have Mr. Colbert here.
whatever your
Christine.
name is,
Thank you
Well,
for
we
that,
spoke
the
with-
DOT.
We spoke with the pothole killers.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Are you best friends they were?
They loved us, by the way.
Yes.
You missed
They
it.
did
We
not
had-
have to come, no, I felt, I
It's
had
funny
I had
'cause
a few moments of feeling better, and I
independently,
spoke
did the
with
same
them.
thing, and I brought the card home.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
had,
brought
I
tons
have
of
the
material.
card, I brought paperwork home, and Bob spoke with with Brian and Lou, and they could do one of two things. They would hold the 11,500 price to do 25 tons,
Yeah.
or we could do 50 tons for 23,000.
How much do we need?
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
what,
a-
what I don't understand.
Well,
the
we
tonnage.
have to decide, there's these
Well,
two
first of all,
proposals,
before we
and
decide-
then Susan has to find the money in the operating
Before we
budget.
decide on spending this kind of money, Bob, would you come up and tell us, please, what this kind of money is gonna buy us and what it won't buy us?
You can sit, we can hear him.
It's gonna buy you the machinery and a crew to come in and basically fill your shoes.
Every
But
single
when
time.
So we're buying the machine?
No,
tons.
but Bob,
How many-
Bob,
25.
what's, what is the impact? What are they going to do? Are they going to make roads smooth? They're just gonna fill holes? I mean,
No, they're just gonna fill holes. They come in with it's a mechanical operation.
Yeah.
It's done with a large machine, which basically sprays the emulsion into the hole. After it sprays the emulsion into the hole, they put the aggregate in the hole, and then after that, it sets up and your pothole is filled.
okay, is this a permanent fix for the
Yes, it's a
pothole?
permanent fix.
Okay, so what, do they do 2 streets or do they go throughout the town? Do we identify the top 200 potholes
Well,
in the
basically,
town?
what you would do is you would just, we'd map it out for them and say, here, starting here, and.
Do the entire town?
No,
Well,
No?
They will
25,
not do the entire.
how
Well,
much will it do?
For that amount of money, they won't.
It depends on how big your potholes are and how many there are.
Well,
One-
is
one-
it, in your mind, Bob, is this money well spent?
Sure.
I'm asking,
Yes,
I'm not,
no, definitely. It'll,
What-
get your roads closed up before the winter hits.
so this is something we can do almost immediately?
Yes.
And it'll help reduce liability when we get tort claims for
So,
For
a
damaged rims
question
and
for you,
tires.
For
Bob,
flat
Yes, sir.
tires.
a
Flat
question for
tires.
you.
My flat.
Does it make sense
Nothing.
to do some of this on Piermont Road?
That's
We
separate.
have another-
Piermont
Because we're gonna
Road,
be
Separate
milling.
issue.
Piermont Road, Bob investigated about the leveling course.
You know,
We could,
we discussed the leveling course at the last meeting, and we can take, the leveling course is basically a little 1-inch overlay
Yeah.
over the existing roadway to hold it together until the spring. You have at least 5 months, possibly even 6 months before the roadway.
Can I go back to the pothole killers? When I talked to them,
Right.
they told me they're gonna come and do a town inspection, and after they do the town inspection to do the entire town, they're gonna tell us how much it is to do the entire town, because we have this opportunity to do the entire town, the potholes on the entire town.
that's not what they told us.
No, when we
Okay,
spoke to
then
them-
we should recast the whole conversation, because it's exactly what they told us.
They did,
They will
Yes.
do a survey,
Reno was there.
yeah, they will do a survey.
Yes.
We
they'll
have
do-
a proposal
You,
from them.
we have their proposals, it's 25 tons.
Yeah, but maybe we need 14 tons.
Well,
I mean,
hold on.
this is not
Good,
a-
Max,
Yeah.
hold on. What is 25
You get
tons?
25 tons.
Is that enough to do the whole town, Bob?
You get 5
Bob?
days.
Is that enough to do the
I
whole?
have to go around again and take another assessment of the.
They said they're gonna do
They
it for
said
us.
to us very
They will
clearly
do
they
it
will
for
do
us.
that.
The whole town.
all the roads,
Yeah.
they would come and do a survey of all the roads in our town.
That's exactly what they said.
Determine
Exactly.
How much that we would need.
Yeah.
They were supposed to survey.
You know, but here you have it, it's
So
basically,
maybe
it
we
comes
need
down
to
to.
talk to them and
At the
say-
end, it comes out to tonnage.
Exactly.
But they can look and say, you need 12 tons, you need 40
But Bob,
tons.
how time consuming and how easy, is it realistic to expect, I mean, you know, these people are salesmen.
Yeah,
You
of
go down
course.
there,
Let's
they're
hold them
selling
to
you.
what they
But
say.
what they
Well,
tell
we
you and
spoke
what
with the
they,
president of
is
the
it
company.
realistic
Yeah,
to
he
think
was there too.
that they
He's
have the
Colombian.
ability to survey the whole town?
I guess he said it does, he says he can, so.
Yeah.
If you'd like, I can take it one step further and tell him to come in.
There was the
Yeah.
president, there was the
ride the
director, we
roadways,
spoke to all of them.
and I can-
Absolutely, it's exactly what they told us.
I say, look, there were 4 council people there who heard them say it. There was Vinu, there was myself, there was Max, there was Lauren. This
Yes,
was
well,
four of us.
because I outright said.
Sounds like a quorum.
I outright said to him, how can
We
you
were walking
tell,
around.
how can you tell somebody, for 11,500, you're gonna fill every pothole in
No,
town?
no, he didn't say,
No, no,
but
he
he
didn't
said
say
they're gonna
that.
do an inventory of the entire,
Okay, well,
so,
he
look what I
never
said.
addressed that.
So you have to have the, we said we have 60 miles of roads in town.
Time flies when you're having fun.
And he said, I don't know how bad they are. I said, take the average, how you know, basically, because you did hundreds of, what's the average miles, And he said, okay, we can do that. 60 miles, we can do it, we can do a survey, can do everything and tell you how much it is.
He didn't say 25 tons to fill every pothole. He said he would do a
No,
survey.
what I'm telling you is 11,500
That's
gives
what
you
it gets us.
It
That's
gives
right.
you 25
That's-
tons,
we-
and it gives
we
you
understand.
40 hours of the machine, which is the
Fine,
average.
but if he
Well,
gives
it's
us
not
the
likely
survey,
that 40 hours are gonna do the whole town.
That machine moves along.
very fast, very fast.
It's about
They
a
can
minute
only
and
fill
a
one
half.
pothole at a time.
A minute and a half.
How many potholes can
But
they
they
do in
work
an
over,
hour?
they work
A
over
minute and a
5
half per
days, so they
pothole.
map it out,
goes
they
like-
do
Peter,
it by
a
quadrants.
minute and a half per pothole.
The machine does most of the
The
work.
machine does
It's
everything.
not
I think it's
labor.
only one operator, right?
No, two. There are two.
They can do about 156 repairs a day per
Great,
truck.
that will make a
So,
big difference.
156 potholes a day.
Multiply by 5, that's a lot of
That's a lot
potholes.
of potholes.
1,000.
We need 1 hour on Woodland Street.
Yeah.
Magnolia Street.
Okay, so
talk to
ask them to please.
Let me recontact them tomorrow.
And
Ask
listen,
them.
Contact
okay,
Brian.
when are we getting the release of the money for the streets? From the streets that we,
From Piermont?
no.
The roads,
yeah.
well, the project still has to be closed out. And part of that project is you could add the leveling course to be done on Piermont Road.
But I understand, but we have about 170,000 coming back.
But no, the project has to be officially closed
That's
out,
what I'm
and we
saying,
will,
when are we
we'll know.
closing that?
Probably next month.
Next month. The next month, we have $170,000 coming back. We can immediately do the roads.
We can't use that money for the potholes.
Why?
You cannot?
Because the way the bond was written, and to protect the investors, it was specifically cited as a milling and paving, not pothole repair. That would have to come out of operating, the DPW operating
It's still
budget.
worth.
Oh, absolutely, it's still
Yeah.
worth it.
But if you want to move ahead with the leveling course, we need to coordinate.
How much is that?
33,000.
I'm not so sure that I want to spend that. A road that we're gonna do it all completely.
In 5-6
in-
months?
Or then it's gonna stay in that condition until we can
Would it
repair
make
it.
sense
Why
then
not do
to
the
add
potholes
Piermont
then?
into
Yeah, do the
potholes?
potholes
Yes,
Is
for
that
the households.
at least
Those
something?
potholes are filled, believe it or not. It's just, the leveling course was going to take out all, there's so many potholes that no matter what you do on that road,
It's
it's
okay.
always gonna be bumpy.
My opinion is,
Not for
since
6
we're gonna
months.
do in March, we're gonna do the entire,
In March, April.
March, don't
Weather
spend,
permitting.
Don't spend 33,000 on
yeah,
that.
because it's just
Okay,
gonna
so
be,
no to the leveling.
No to the leveling.
no,
Okay.
and let's do the,
That's what I feel, I don't know.
Laura.
I agree, if the potholes are filled, or if we need to fill more potholes, that's the better spending of the money. I'd rather put the 33 towards a different
Yeah.
project,
Okay.
since we're already spending so much on it.
yeah, well,
Unless you tell me our roads are,
507,000.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Spend the extra money.
Okay,
It's-
so let's close out the road program and talk to Brian.
Call Brian.
Yeah,
Okay.
and tell him what he promised us.
Yeah, tell him, we'll hold him to that.
Okay, if we had signed up, we would have done the whole town for 11,000.
Yeah, that's
11,500, right?
Absolutely.
Sign up at the
Oh,
fair.
we can't sign up because we have to find out where we're getting the money from.
Good job.
Susan.
And next year, when we need to look at the,
The road man,
road ban.
Gallagher,
The
guy who-
rebuilding of the road without
new asphalt.
With
The
new
guy,
asphalt.
the guy who does it with the heat, he had that big truck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That was, I
That
was,
it's half the price, and it also gets a,
Last
Hold
20
on.
years.
before you disappear on this one,
I'm not going anywhere.
no, that's okay. On Pothole Killers, they actually had the option to lease the machinery for 1 year, 3 years, something. Do you
We
rec,
didn't get involved with that.
I know, would you recommend that kind of thing going forward as our potholes
Lou
for?
didn't recommend it.
No.
No,
No.
leasing is not worth
The
the
guy from
machinery.
Pothole.
Uses this company, the county does not, they have the option, they don't do
They don't
that
lease it.
because of the maintenance that's involved.
Yeah,
Yes.
Well, the company keeps the maintenance, that's why
Yeah,
on
I
the
understand.
lease.
understand that.
Costly.
But
Yeah.
they said you're better off just letting them come in and do their thing.
Like once a year.
Can I
Okay.
ask Bob one, did you see the guy who does the road, I think Gallagher was the name. with
without
that-
asphalt.
Without the new asphalt, they dig it up and do it with heat. Did you see that guy?
The infrared.
It's,
I don't know what it's called.
I don't
It's a
believe it's
heat-
infrared.
Heat to seal, heat to something it's called.
I have his
Oh, the
card.
Gallagher
Gallagher
company?
guy, yeah.
yeah, which is, it's basically, they told us that the square yard for a mill and pave in a co-op is about $12.50 per square yard. Their methodology to do just reheating, as long as the potholes are filled, they are reheating the asphalt and relaying it out the same without, so it costs them $5.50 just to redo the same road and be almost like new. Now, listen for a second. And for $1.50, they will basically put a layer on top of that. A sealer that would take your road for 25 years. And altogether, $5.50 will be $7. You are about 40 to 45% cheaper than having mill and pave.
Mill and pave.
And you have the road for it, so we need to.
Downside to that process.
Yes.
Extreme heat, a lot of heat.
Yes.
Kills the trees.
On the roads?
Yes, as they overhang, all the heat that.
Oh,
comes
that's
off that
disappointing.
process.
We should look into it anyway, because he
They
named
have-
the towns where they did it.
We should look at the, yeah.
Maybe they have highways and not
Pearl River,
tree-lined
Pearl
streets.
River, New York
Let's check,
did
there were
that
small
process.
towns.
Yeah, it was good.
Bernardsville or something.
It was good in the downtown area, but when they got off onto the side streets.
And
they
maybe we
started
do the
doing
streets that will not have so many
it
trees.
burned the leaves right off.
But our downtown has
5
trees.
days later, all these leaves and curled up the trees.
Ooh, that's
I
annoying.
was impressed with the
Yeah, it's good for a
operation.
highway.
Okay, we need, maybe we can still look at the most streets that are in downtown, stuff like that, we can still,
Well,
an intelligent decision
when we do
can be
the road
made.
study, we'll see
Yeah,
Yeah.
what roads, if any, how many, if any,
yeah,
would qualify for that.
yeah.
We just put all the green spaces into our downtown and those trees that line
We'll
Railroad
see,
and Washington.
let's see.
I'd hate to lose those.
So-
Listen for a second, I'm sure that they understand this issue.
Smells good.
And they are, every year, they take the steps to, they understand that they limit their market by not
By
protecting.
killing all the
All right.
trees.
Yeah,
Folks, it's 20 after 10, let's go.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's
We're
move
almost
forward.
done.
We're done with roads for today. As part of the best practices inventory, it's an annual inventory that we have to confirm in order to receive our final payment of state aid. And based on our score, no aid was being withheld. And it's certified both by Susan as the CFO and myself as the borough clerk. And one of the stipulations is, even though it was due November 12th, if we weren't meeting beforehand, we had to state that the inventory would be reviewed and discussed at a subsequent meeting, and I put that in the certification, and now we discussed it.
Okay.
And the tax sale will be Thursday, November 29th.
We have 3 properties, well, 4 right now. The one Mansfield tried to come in 4 times.
Lisa,
Okay.
not to be
Sorry for
rude,
that.
DPW building, when are we gonna finish it?
They finally finished paving the parking lot.
They did?
Yes. So what's left on the punch list are items in the building.
Yeah, we have a punch list in the interior of the building, exterior, you still have the gates, the islands, and a few other items that have to be installed.
But the main thing was the parking lot.
The parking lot's all done, looks great.
Okay, and the other stuff was the gate for the Pfister Pond?
Then we're waiting for the shop front.
The nature center finally agreed on the type of gate that they wanted, and that is now in design.
Is that,
Yeah, we should have a shop drawing
Okay,
there by the end of the week.
wait, hold on, I'm seeing a no over here. Mr. Mikesh? Say
okay,
that.
and the last one is the park, the Oresco Park. When is that gonna be finished?
I'll reach out to Ed Confair if there's anything outstanding. We haven't gotten final payment.
Because when I was over there, when we had the ceremony, I don't think that they had the final pathways finished. Somebody told me that that's gonna be either some sort of a asphalt or something, because right now there was like
Yeah, it was a grainy.
grading stuff, which
Yeah.
I don't think it can be the final.
I'll reach out to Ed Confair.
What are you talking about?
The pathway.
The pathway, that is the final, because they did that so people wouldn't be skateboarding there.
It's a grainy
I know.
sand.
I know, that's what the plan was.
That's a finished product?
I believe so.
That's a finished
I
product?
questioned that, and I was told that they did that so that people wouldn't skateboard there.
They
But
should
it-
not
it-
skateboard.
That sucks.
Yeah, you can't skateboard on
I
it.
didn't like the way it looked.
Yeah, it looks terrible.
I will
Check
reach
with her.
out
Let her-
with
let
Ed
her reach out and
Confair
check.
Yeah,
and see what he
it looks
says and
terrible.
get
Can
back to
we,
you.
can we, since it's done, can we look at putting some picnic tables there or places where people could sit?
Yeah.
Just in the Resco Park, because I think it could be a better green space with
Well,
maybe some
I think we need to let the grass grow, but once the
Yeah.
landscaping is done, I think tables or chair, some sort of seats would be very helpful.
Absolutely.
I also, Max, you and I talked about next year adding
Extra
a
path.
sidewalk to Washington Street, to
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
intersection. It's really, we cut that back for economic reasons, but I think that pathway is essential, because that's where most
Yeah.
people are gonna start
Going
from.
across.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And that might be an HPC budget item, Lucette, I don't
It
know.
would be capital.
Okay. Let's move on to correspondence, please. Vantage Health with a letter, we get this every year, and hopefully the
Thank you.
council will see that they get their usual
Yes, they should.
donation.
Okay.
They provide a very valuable service.
Yes, they're terrific.
I need to take
Next up,
advantage of
When,
that too.
when is the dog park back on?
I know, somebody wrote another letter.
But when do we decide and vote on it?
budget.
Oh, we decided.
No, we
already.
budgeted it already last year.
Money was budgeted, but we're waiting to get the go-ahead to move forward. Are we moving
Go
forward
ahead
with that?
from whom?
From
Council.
So let's vote tonight.
Well, if we do.
It's not on the
yeah.
agenda tonight.
It's not on the agenda tonight. Why is that
You want to put
not
it on
the
our next
agenda?
work session, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
Last but not least, a letter about
Leaf blowers.
leaf blowers. We get that every year, and
I got
we-
another one on this too, on the same topic.
nobody likes a leaf blower, but if we didn't have leaf blowers, the landscaping business would be changed drastically, so.
But I have to tell you, so I've spoken to this resident and another resident, actually, I didn't speak to this resident, but I spoke to another resident, same issue, who said it actually, the decimal level should violate our noise ordinance. I know the state's looking into this as well. But
that's what
the
we've been waiting for.
request from that resident was, can we designate certain times that leaf blowers can be used? So that's not all day, every day, which I didn't think was an unreasonable request, given the
Well,
level.
we had, no, we have,
You know, when are you gonna say, don't come on?
we have hours for
Commercial machinery,
landscapers.
right?
And we have hours for landscapers.
Yeah, there are hours for landscape.
Yeah, and,
Almost all day, every day.
and that's,
I think weekends is when there are.
No, they come on, I hear leaf blowers on Saturdays.
well, technically,
cannot do
landscapers
that.
on Saturday, I'll tell you that, I can't.
Saturday after a certain time, yeah.
Saturday and Sunday, they cannot do
No,
that.
Sunday
yes,
they
you do it
can't.
yourself, though.
Saturday,
You do it
landscapers
yourself.
can work from 9 to 5.
Yes, all days, almost the whole week.
Okay, let's move
on.
let's go on.
Okay, any questions on the resolutions?
Yes, E. I have an E question.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to pay Mazer to prepare a grant, but do we have a project for this grant?
Yes, that is, that would be F.
There's F. Why am I
So
not?
if you go, if you click on the resolutions.
Sure, hold on, let me just get to
it
F.
would
F?
be-
I thought F
it'd
was
be
separate, so I
18.
thought that was the same.
Yes, because since it's due, I believe, December 7th, so it is to mill and pave within the census tract area, the areas of Portland, Newcomb, Gordon, and Hickory.
That's what that community grant is for?
It has to be for something in that area.
So those are 4 new streets, they're not the 4 we already put in the
No,
last.
That's
no,
correct.
They're new. And this is 100% reimbursable for the construction.
Mhm.
So if we're awarded, we put the money up front, we submit the paperwork to the county to verify with the feds, and they reimburse us 100% for construction.
And a
So
green,
right now, this is just a grant application being
Mm-hmm.
considered.
and a green space or a rec space is not eligible?
Not in that area, we're limited to a specific area. The census
Tell me
tract.
The census tract, which is, I'm sorry, tell me one more time. I know you did.
What is
The
census tract?
census tract area goes from the road, basically the railroad tracks up to Christie, I think it was,
Mhm.
down towards River Bridge Road.
Your area doesn't
The
qualify.
square area.
Mhm.
You received this, a CDBG grant for the census tract for Grove Street,
Mhm.
Mhm.
which went from Columbus down past to the end of the street, to the recycling center.
Okay,
That was paid for by CDBG.
okay.
Yeah. And since,
Is this our only option to do roads?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay.
yeah,
No,
And-
like ADA pathways or anything like that?
no.
Okay.
And since CDBG is constantly under threat, instead of doing it piecemeal, I told them, put the whole thing and let's see what we can get, because we don't know if CDBG money will be there next year.
Okay.
All right, before we go through the consent agenda, there is one expenditure that I talked to Susan. I would like to remove because we need to investigate
What page?
that more. Is basically,
Number?
yeah,
Are you talking about the resolutions, Max?
The
it's
bill
part
list.
of the consent agenda, Peter.
From the bill
What
list.
number?
The bills, I'm gonna, you just give me a second.
You have to click on the bill list. You go to the regular meeting.
By department, current
No, the
fund?
first one, the first link, which
Hold on.
is approve expenditures.
Oh, in that.
But I don't have a bill list. Oh,
That is
Oh,
the bill.
click on it.
Approve expend, this one?
Yeah,
And you would say
okay.
who the vendor is,
Okay,
Yeah,
which
but
one?
just give me a second.
because it's by vendor.
What
Yeah,
is- Legal services?
GPV,
Yeah, we should look at the
GPH?
legal services.
I looked at every single one of them, that's why. Okay, is the electrical,
Electricity?
no, I'll tell you in a
The
second, just give me a
emergency
second.
electrical repair,
Yeah, it's
the 4,360.
GPA, exactly,
Mm-hmm.
because we need to discuss with DPW and stuff like that. They have over here, replacement of a bulb, $130, and other stuff that it's emergency, that absolutely needs to be discussed.
Who's the
We're probably
vendor?
gonna pay,
Norman?
Where are you? I'm sorry, where are you?
If you
if
go
you
on
look
the
through
bill
the
list, page
expenses.
17.
Page 17. Okay, I'm not
Yeah,
on a bill
it's the
list.
very end of 16 and the top of 17.
Building department, engineering.
No, where are you?
In resolution.
If you're in the public meeting and you go
Yeah.
in resolutions, the link where it says approve expenditures as of November 6th,
Right, the
that will
first
open a
A.
PDF file, and then you can just scroll down to page 17.
Are you talking about electrical upgrade?
It's
1573?
GPH
This
electrical
one,
contract.
Got it. Sorry.
Yeah, and Susan, I always have a list of questions. Susan pulled out the invoice, and we need to discuss them, so I'm asking the council to remove this invoice so we can discuss it with the appropriate people, because there are bills like there is no tomorrow, one of them being replace a bulb, $131, replace a belt, $127.
You mean you're looking at what was listed as emergency electrical repair?
Yes.
I'm
Oh,
fine
You
with
don't
that.
have-
Max, take it out.
Yeah, we
figure
take it out and we'll discuss it.
Take it out.
Okay,
Can we,
all right, thank you.
let's get it on for the next one.
Okay? Anything else?
Okay, that was my question. So just to clarify, we are getting a leaf loader, a pumper fire truck, a snow plow, top kick truck. Anything else we're getting for
And the replacement roll-off
a
truck.
roll-off truck?
Right.
DPW is
Just
gonna
as
be
a
busy.
comment, and that should be an education process for us.
Mm-hmm.
We approve for the ambulance, we approved $250,000. We got a $248,000 ambulance. We approved the 675, we got a $660,000.
What's your point?
My point is that we should approve less, because they basically approve
Well,
how much you
can
approve.
I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How do
We
you
have to
figure we got
estimate.
these numbers to begin with?
I'm gonna tell you exactly. I'm gonna tell you because I went to talk to the chief, the fireman. He said, I don't know the process. We're gonna go through a bidding process. Then after we go to the bidding, we're gonna go through that Texas company that builds those one, and they're gonna give us the numbers. And I said, do they know how much we have approved? Yeah, they know how much we have approved, so the process is, they know how much is approved, and then they give you the number.
Yeah, but they won't do anything unless we have it approved.
Yeah, but you don't have to have approved 650, so they come to 650.
How do you think we got the 650?
Because somebody said, well, it's gonna cost you around 650.
Who's that somebody?
I don't know.
It's-
You can
it's
ask
you-
the,
it's
you
you-
can ask the fire chief.
What the departments do is
Yeah.
when they say, I need a replacement of XYZ vehicles, they
Yeah.
reach out to their normal vendors and ask for an estimate.
Yeah.
Because we have to get a target number as close as possible
Yeah, I
to prepare
absolutely
to
understand
prepare
that,
the
yeah.
bond. Because it is a nightmare if you don't
I
have enough,
understand
and then you have to
perfectly.
do a supplemental bond.
If it was in the Verizon one we have, and we put a budget of 250, and the guy came in with 245, we'll fire the guy. without any question, because he's basically putting the maximum budget that we are.
We meet with the big three, the very expensive departments to go over their capital, and we ask them to justify, what are you basing this number on?
Yeah.
Can I ask, so I'm learning my DPW trucks. I had a lot of fun at the convention going through all the different vendors that offer the same type of trucks. We were looking at leaf loaders, for example, all the different leaf loaders. And I would ask each company, are you on the state contract and stuff? There's more than one company, or so they say, under state contract. Are we taking the step to compare the different vendors under our state contract to compare the pricing or the features?
The answer is no. We don't do an RFP.
I'm getting a hand.
No,
Lauren, you know what, sometimes you have to be careful when you talk to the vendors.
Yeah.
I just want to say something, a lot of them have told our department heads that they're under state contract.
When they're
their
not.
Contracts have been expired, they're not no longer
Yeah,
under.
but the idea is, we
I
don't
get
have an
that,
RFP.
but for those that are under state
There's
contract.
a website that, with that, told me about, I told Max about, the property, something, website, it was in the property.
New Jersey Division of Purchase and Property.
Purchasing property, where you could go in and check with your keywords, vendors, find out, well, who's under state contract and who's not. And
But
that's how
the-
we-
So, but I'm saying, for those who validly are under state contract, what is the process and who is responsible for comparing within that state contract?
the
Is it the
department head.
department head?
It's the
See, the
department
thing
head.
is, you don't have, once you go for state contract, you don't need to check anything else.
No, you
No,
don't.
No, but there's different vendors under
The
it,
department,
yes?
what they do is they look at their needs
Their needs,
and what
their
make and
specs,
model
and go.
meets those requirements. And then they compare from
See,
different
I
vendors.
think that a much better process will be to put together the proposal of what they need and have those people bid on it rather than say, I need this and that, and buy from the, because then you have no power of really comparing prices. If you go to a certain vendor, which is what they do, you have already given up your chances of getting any economies. So I would say, I would propose that everything, we have already the rules saying that over $40,000, we're gonna have an RFP.
We don't always go under state contract. We went for a Mack truck with a bid a few years ago.
Exactly, and what I'm
It
saying.
depends on the vehicle and the need and the
Yeah,
speciality.
Lisette, when you spend 250,000 or 665, not to beat it out to make sure that you have absolutely the best economy when you buy that, I think it's wrong.
Well, with state contract, the state does the bidding for you. And it's
State,
very.
state qualifies vendors.
No. The state, to get a state contract,
Yeah.
the state has all these categories, whether it's vehicles, services, XYZ. They do a bid.
Yeah.
And the vendors come in, and then they have a list of approved vendors that were responsive to the bid.
Yeah.
Those who were way too high or not responsive or are on the blackballed list for 5 years, they don't make it on that number. So the state does the work for us. That's how you
The
get state
state
contract.
qualifies a number of vendors.
No, it doesn't qualify number of vendors. State, when they receive the bids, based on how responsive the bids are, then they say, we got 25 bids, we have this 15 we're giving the contract to.
Yeah.
They filter all that out.
Yeah, but they have 15 now that are qualified vendors for a certain product. In between those 15s, you can let them fight among them to give you the best price for the product. If they're, because if you believe that you just go and get the best price because they are a least price vendor, you don't take advantage of the fact there are 5 different vendors and you can bid one against the other. Those are huge amount of money that we are just going to a vendor, or because it's part of this process, because you have 5 qualified vendors, we select one. Maybe if we bid between the 5 qualified vendors, we get a
save
better
money.
price.
Yeah.
And that's where the whole point of
But you don't go out to bid, they have to do their research, the department heads still keep.
What you
How
said,
would
Max,
you
is
define?
what they do is basically what we do. If I'm going to specify a truck,
Yeah.
I come up with the specifications, I give the specifications to Lizette.
Yeah.
She puts it out to bid.
That's exactly what I think.
And we receive
Yeah.
all the vendors, just like we do with our road program.
Yeah.
We draw up the specs, we send it out. State does the same thing. The state draws up the specifications, puts the vehicle out for bid, whoever the responsible bidder is, lowest responsible bidder is, wins the award.
Yeah.
And that allows us, they've done exactly what we would do, but the state has done it for us, and then we all get to piggyback off of that. Just like what the
Bill,
county
Bill.
does for salt, the county goes out.
Bob, isn't the state basically qualifies 2 or 3 vendors in advance for everybody?
No, it depends on the service. Sometimes, there are some where you only find one vendor. Some where you find 2. Some computer services, there may be 5 or 6. It all depends on what it is. That's why there are term contracts. If you go on the Division of Purchase and Property and you put in, SUV, it'll say, okay, police SUV or this SUV or whatnot. And it's usually like All-American Ford, Winter Ford, Buyer Brothers.
And when you go and ask for one, do they do a special bid for you, or is part of the
That vehicle has already been bid, and is, for argument's sake, what's the GMC dealer
Yeah.
in Englewood? They,
You can find out what's more readily available.
The Ford F-250 pickup truck has gone out to bid,
Yeah.
right?
I don't know my cars.
The winning dealership is Buyer Ford down in Piscataway.
Yeah.
Okay? They went at the state, put out the specifications, all the Ford dealers around, right? They put their number in, Buyer was the one who won the bid. Okay? And anybody that wants to buy a Ford F-250 goes to Buyer Brothers.
Okay.
Now, if you wanna buy an F-350, well, the winner of that was Route 23 Ford out in Sussex. So if you wanna buy the F-350, you have to go to that deal. If you wanna buy a Mason dunk, that dealership down in
And
South Jersey.
it's competitive because somebody wins the bid, they don't just sell one truck to Tenafly.
No.
They sell a dozen
Across the
trucks
state.
throughout the state, so it
It's
is.
open to
it's
566
competitive.
municipalities.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
and that's why not one
But
dealership.
when you do an ambulance, don't you pretty much customize it to your, or a fire truck, don't you customize it to your requirements? You don't buy a
Off the rack.
off-the-shelf fire truck.
You can do the same thing, just like this, you can write up your specifications and send.
We did go out to bid for
send it
one
out to bid.
ambulance, once, since I've been here.
Yeah.
We did go out to bid at one point, and then we've gone to state contract. It all depends the type of ambulance is involved.
So
Then-
it may
And with
not be-
ambulance, there are medical regulations, there are federal regulations, HIPAA regulations, and new computer equipment that's required. With a fire truck, it depends if it's a tower truck or a ladder truck, a pumper truck.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks. You
Can
can
we
stay
move-
seating, by the way, we can hear you.
Can we move on, folks?
Okay.
All
Okay,
right, so,
So for public
Where are we
hearings,
Public hearings are just the last one.
we already approved the minutes.
all right, so we're on to public hearing. I'll entertain a motion
For the good of the
to
order.
approve the consent agenda?
No, we're still in the work session.
I thought you said we went back to the public hearing.
No, on the work session.
Okay, so for the good of the order. Use of borough facilities during emergencies.
That's yours.
I'm going to suggest that we hold off on putting together a committee till the new council comes in,
You don't want to be part of it?
okay?
What if there's a nor'easter before then? Do we need the borough facilities?
Even if we appoint a committee today, I think if there's a northeaster in December, I doubt that the committee's gonna have too much lined up. We'll go to Mark Zenna's house.
I'm just
It would
confused
be-
why we need a committee here.
Why-
But don't we have
we
an
have,
emergency management coordinator?
Yes.
Isn't that their job?
yes.
No, yes, it's their job, but this was brought up at the senior center
It was
meeting.
brought up today also at the.
Yeah,
senior
well,
center.
what this one person
one
is
person.
looking for is a hotel. You know, they want to have a place where they can go, where somebody can go. I don't even know that this woman has a need for it. Should there be a storm like where there's no power in your house for a week, where can you go? Now, we have daytime things like the library, the senior center, but at for example, the senior center, at 3 o'clock, the senior center closes. We don't have right now in place anything for overnight, and this is what this woman is suggesting we do. So my suggestion is after the first of the year, we'll put together a committee to work with the OEM and try and figure out what, if anything, we want to do. I think in the past, we've come to the conclusion that there's no need, because when we had Sandy, whatever the worst storm was that where there was power out, nobody said I got nowhere to go. Between neighbors, friends, and generators,
Well, it also has to be approved by the American Red Cross to be an overnight shelter.
that's correct.
We don't know that no one said it, because those who live alone, might have just stayed in place without power.
Well, they would have
you
said
know.
something afterwards, I would think. But what Lisette says is correct. The requirements are so that the senior center couldn't do it. There's no showers there. In fact, none of our places that really have showers.
It can't be
Maybe
overnight, only a warming or cooling center. That's
So,
what the Red Cross said.
that's something to take into account. I would like this committee, whoever it may be, to study the regulations and come back and say, well, if we're going to do something, this is what we need. I know when Tony first became OEM, we talked about buying cots and buying blankets, and the question became, where do you store them? And if they're stored at DPW, where do they go? You know, it's a very entailed operation, and we would really have to search to find a qualified location. You know, I thought maybe like the Presbyterian Church has a kitchen, but they don't have showers. There's really no place.
Can we ask the Clinton Inn for their ballrooms?
You could ask away. I mean,
But the American Red Cross has the final say.
and what makes you think that the Clinton Inn, during these emergencies, the Clinton Inn is full? You know, they have a generator, and you can't get a room there, so I'm not sure that they.
They want to be,
Okay, the next item is the Clinton Inn. Max?
Okay, it's basically the Clinton Inn's stream that comes under Clinton Inn and then goes down Dean Street.
It's not under Clinton Inn, it's along the railroad trail, on the other side of the railroad trail.
Right, and it basically floods the building over there all the time.
What building?
Where Prime Orthopedics just opened.
Exactly,
They need a
and
ribbon cutting center.
I forgot the name of
Yeah,
it.
it's the medical building on the corner of Westerville.
Yeah, it floods it all the
Have-
time.
Have you taken a good look at that building? That building is about 4,
I-
5 feet below street grade.
I took a very good look at the building. The question is, this stream used to be maintained by somebody, and right now it's not maintained by anybody or so. What's the procedure to maintain the stream so it doesn't overflow in that building?
First of all, there really isn't a stream there, it's all filled in. We approached Bergen County. Bergen County was going to dig it out.
Yeah.
And a week after we approached them and they committed, they had a death. One of the DP workers was killed in a work-related accident, and that kind of put everything on hold. I know Kenny Kraus has reached out to them several times since then, because I'm getting the same complaints perhaps that you may be getting.
Yeah.
And Kenny, so far, I did send an email to the person that I had to send an email for. Bob, do you have any update on that?
But the fact that somebody was killed it's a awful incident, but it doesn't should change the.
Well, we don't have the ability.
No. So
and
the
it's not really
county, the fact that they lost a person doesn't mean that they lost the
I want
department.
to add something. So I'm at this building twice a week, by
Yeah.
the way, because that's actually where my physical therapy
Yeah.
place is. And so I've walked the streams, I've walked the parking lot next to the stream. It's full of debris, full, to the point where when it rains, I can't even park there. The water, whatever is existing there, actually floods the parking lot and right into the business. Now, this is a physical therapy business, and they literally were sitting with sandbags and
Yeah,
towels.
I have the same.
And they have mold issues.
So-
They might have mold issues, but, it needs to get cleaned. It is borough property.
It is not, there's
You
no.
know?
It's not,
there's-
but
it is not-
if we had
Not borough property. Why would you
if
say that?
we had
Around the strip,
a
around
It's
bill,
not borough property.
if we have a process,
None of it?
the
Okay.
fact that one person died, it's very unfortunate, but somebody else is gonna take their job and do the work. Who do we contact to make sure that's done?
This is county, can I just be clear on this? Who owns in and
I was
around
just
that?
going to say, is it privately owned? Wouldn't the
No.
owner be
No.
responsible?
This is the brook, so,
The property in question is actually owned by the Clinton Inn. Clinton Inn property, if you look on the tax map,
It's a long dog leg.
right behind 111 Dean Street. Right, it's private property, the borough has no easement or drainage easement in that location.
really?
Technically, it's not our problem.
Yeah, but it's one of our residents or multiple residents that
Well, it's
are
a business,
complaining.
not a residence.
Businesses.
Business are no residents? Since when?
It's not a residence, it's a business.
Business, the same thing.
Well, this
Well,
business is getting disturbed by this, so
Yeah,
how,
it's-
what
So
kind of
have they
solutions do we
reached
have?
out to Clinton and have they?
Yes,
I don't
a
think they-
thousand
I thought
times.
it was
They
not-
have reached,
they-
if we're supposed to, if there was a process in place, can we follow up that process to make sure that it's done? The fact that the person died, it's okay, but it should not stop the process.
Bob, do
That's for the
you
county to
want to reach
decide.
out to them and?
Reach out to Director Dressler at the Bergen County Road Department. He's in charge of the mosquito division, which would desnag the road.
Because his crew came out and did an evaluation, and they said they would take care of it, which, that was, got to be 4 months ago. Yeah, will you let Lisette know what the response is? I know on Kenny's behalf, I've sent, I think, 2 emails to Dressler with no response.
Once it freezes,
Hmm?
once it freezes,
It's not,
Okay,
there's no
so
water
let's
there.
put it
It's
up
not
for the
frozen.
next
It's not a-
meeting.
It's not a
So
stream.
for follow-up, the next meeting.
it's
Right through the walls.
waterway?
Okay, is the next mine too?
Yeah.
Yeah, out-of-state trucks on the recycle center. I went over there at the recycle center, and there was an out-of-state truck. And I said, you can't have an out-of-state truck over here. He said, no, this is a Tenafly resident. It cannot be and he's living in.
Hold on a
Sure.
second, okay? So, I'm sure you're aware, there are a lot of residents that live in Tenafly 6 months minus 1 day, in Florida or Georgia or whatever. They come up here and they say, look, I own my house on Downey Drive or whatever street it
Yeah.
is, I pay property taxes, my car happens to have an out-of-state license plate.
Yeah,
You want to tell them they can't have?
absolutely. It's not even, it was a New
They're-
York.
they're property
Let me
tax
finish,
owners.
Jeff. Let me finish. It's on New York plate. So it's not a question of living in Florida or in Virginia. It's a New York license plate. A New York license plate, if he cannot be 6 months in New York and 6 months in New Jersey. It's basically, if he's a resident of New Jersey, he has an obligation to change the license plate within 6 to 30 days of his residence.
Nobody's suggesting
When I
that
s-
he is an official resident of Tenafly. He is a property owner, he owns a home in Tenafly.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why you would advocate for a business who possibly doesn't live in Tenafly, but a property owner that owns a house and pays property taxes, why you would suggest that he can't use our recycling
It's
center?
because it was a business. There was somebody that had lots of debris and had a New York truck. And I can't see how somebody that is a owner or lives in, first of all, the fact that you own a property in Tenafly does not allow you to dump stuff in Tenafly. Only residents, that's for
But he
residents.
lives here,
If he lives here, then he has to register the truck in New Jersey, in Tenafly. You cannot have, somebody lives here, or a business in here, they have to have the trucks, cars, whatever, registered in Tenafly.
Well,
If he doesn't live here, then he has the truck, whatever, registered where he lives.
Well, the recycling center, I spoke with the assistants at DPW this morning, and they do give 1-day passes for when a resident passes away and family members are clearing out the area.
This was not the case. I asked them, I said, oh, no, he's a resident, he lives on West Clinton.
so
Does
you're.
he have a
you're-
sticker?
Whether somebody lives in town 12 months of the year or 3 months of the year,
Yeah.
if they own a home and they pay the same property taxes you do,
Yeah.
but you're going to say that they don't have the rights that you do.
Okay, first of all, the recycle center is residential, is not a business. Businesses are not over there to dump the stuff at the recycle center. It's for residents, and we clearly state that.
What does that got to do with this discussion?
Because the trucking case, when I talked, it was specifically.
Are you upset because it was a truck or because it had a New York license plate?
Both, because the truck from New York was dumping
Well,
material.
trucks are a separate issue, okay? Trucks are a separate issue. You're talking about out-of-state license plates or out-of-state trucks.
Read over there, out-of-state trucks.
Okay, well, I would assume, because I'm at the recycling center all the time and I have major discussions, that the only reason an out-of-state truck would be there is if, for example, and I get this maybe twice a year, a resident will call me up and say, listen, I got something that I can't fit in my car. I have a regular passenger car.
Yeah.
My landscaper, somebody will take it to the dump for me, and they're a resident, so we
That
give
was
them.
not the case, because I asked.
Well, what was the case?
Yeah, I asked, he said, no, he's a resident, he lives on Clinton, on West Clinton, he told me that's right. So I said, he cannot be a resident living on West Clinton with a New York truck.
Why not?
Because if it's resident in New Jersey, he should have the truck registered in
first
New
20
Jersey.
year- the
You
fir-
can't have the truck registered in New York,
First
you live
20
in New
years I
Jersey.
lived in, first 20 years I lived in Tenafly, all my cars had New York plates because I registered them at my business.
Okay,
It's not illegal, is it?
No, no, it's not.
So do you want to set a policy at the recycling center?
I think we have an excellent
have a
policy right
policy.
now.
We have a policy.
I'll
What is
provide
it?
a
So
copy.
we need the recycling center guys to, if something is
They're-
fishy, to raise it.
They're reinforcing it. I'll send you the copy of the
I mean, if
policy.
somebody has a truck registered in New York,
yeah.
and they go to get that sticker which you need to
Yeah, that's why I said they
drop
have a
anything
sticker.
off
They
there.
will not get a sticker if they have an out-of-state license plate, but they can get a temporary permit, right, Bob?
But this was not a temporary, he said that's a permanent resident.
No, but what,
Tell him
did
he
he
needs a
have a,
sticker.
The
he
vehicle-
could
He
not
didn't
have a sticker if he's got a New York plate. He
didn't.
only gives stickers out to New Jersey license.
Exactly, and didn't
You have to have a Tenafly, registration.
One day
Yes.
pass.
So then what happened? How do,
Nothing, I mean, just why I brought it up, I said, I'm not gonna argue with the guy
Yeah.
over there.
So in the DPW commission, that would be a point to enforce this, because what the DPW should said is, I'm sorry, if you don't have a sticker or a temporary pass, you can't dump here.
They do enforce it.
I'm saying, that would have been the case.
I'll provide a copy of the policy. There was actually a reminder that's being circulated the
Okay.
past week or so.
Thanks.
Okay, good. Oh, I'm up.
Next is the GWB shuttle. Do you really want to discuss this at 5 of 11?
Well,
is it quick?
It's a 2-second.
You try to get over the GW bridge, it's not quick.
So the Transportation Committee, and I wish Jeff was here because he's the liaison, approached us about possibly using the senior bus in the early morning and the late evening as a shuttle to the George Washington Bridge
Hold on a
bus
second.
stop.
Hold on a second.
The Transportation.
I'm on the Transportation Committee. We did no such thing. Jeff is on it also, but we haven't met in 6 months.
Right.
So
and
what are
he-
we talking about?
He approached Councilman Grossman and myself.
And myself
In
too.
person, Max was there too.
Who
Yeah.
approached?
Howie Seiden.
And his wife.
And said, we haven't met in a long time.
Right.
This is an idea, and I said, do you want us to bring it to council? And he said, sure. So I'm not raising it through,
But for
I'm saying
what?
the idea was
What-
generated, so the
Take the
senior,
senior bus across the bridge?
no, not
No,
across
no,
the
no,
bridge.
listen,
There's
Sean,
bus
listen.
stops that you pick up a second bus to cross the bridge. There's bus stops in, what is it, Englewood Cliffs or Fort Lee, something.
So what happened, our shuttle to
Yeah.
our bus to the bridge is non-existent. There are a lot of people that wake up in the morning, they would like to have a shuttle to the bridge so they can cross the bridge and, if we have a senior bus that is not used from 6 o'clock in the morning
To 9.
to 9 o'clock, they are saying, can we use that shuttle in the morning for one, in the afternoon after 5 o'clock for one of two
Okay,
rides?
so
And we can
we're
get permits, we can
talking
get
about
permits.
maybe 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the
Exactly.
evening.
Yes.
Okay, the question becomes, who's going to drive it? We don't even
Exactly.
have a second driver
Exactly.
for during the day.
No, but the question was if we can get a second driver, if we can, and that's why Lauren is bringing it
I
up.
would also suggest that going back and forth to the George Washington Bridge is a different breed of travel than the shuttles that we're doing around, for the most part, around town and some to doctor's offices.
Yeah.
We only have one bus.
Yeah.
And the question becomes, do you want to, it's admirable. It would really be great to be able to provide a service to our residents. But now
Absolutely.
you're talking, are we talking about a free service? Are we
No,
talk-
No, with permits, with
paid-
permits.
Paid service to pay up for all the expenses. It's not question about being free.
So you'd have to
Why would it
apply
be
for.
free?
No, it's-
Well, I'm not saying it is free, but I'm asking, we don't charge residents for around
that's a
town.
different story. That's a
So we're
different.
talking about a
Susan-
totally
Susan
different
has a
operation.
clarification.
Yeah.
Yes,
Susan.
yes.
Susan?
Yeah, well, when you bonded for the senior bus, it's, when you bond for something, you have to say what it's for, a specific purpose. So you're kind of deviating
What was
from
the
purpose.
specific purpose stated?
It was
Senior
to purchase a
transportation.
senior transportation bus.
There is a senior I've seen on the schedule
It's very specific.
that is taken to the Fort Lee Plaza to get on the bridge every now and then. And she leaves goes at 10 and gets picked up at 3 or whatnot, so that service is included, but.
Yeah, so an
Not during
example,
commuting
if
hours.
somebody
Not
during the
during
normal business hours of our senior bus wanted to go to Fort Lee to do what you were suggesting,
That's exactly what it is.
they could do it. If they're coming back after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there's no, the bus isn't in operation.
Yeah.
I think what we're talking about here is either another bus or well, according to Susan, we might not legally be able to use it
No,
for
we
this
can
type of
change the
service.
bond
Can
change the
we
bond.
amend, that was my question.
Can we amend it?
No,
I understand.
no, because the bond was already taken out, we're already about 2 years in, and the investors have put money into that.
Yeah, we
municipal
understand,
bond.
but the bond is gonna be 3 years old. For how long is the bond? 5 years?
You know,
okay, if
we talk about government being too big.
Yeah.
There is a reason why bus service is going downhill. And the reason it goes downhill, because it's not profitable.
course it's
It's,
not.
You know, I know
No
we're.
transportation is
What?
profitable, other than Uber perhaps.
But we have a
Exactly.
lot of commuters in our town, we are very close to the bridge. They're not asking to go into New York City. I don't think it's an unreasonable thing for us to consider finding some sort of ways to help commuters. Plus, I think it takes cars off the road, it's better for the environment, and, I think
But
if
are
it
you
can't be the
suggesting we
senior
get
bus.
another bus?
No, we have a bus that is not used
You
at a certain time.
I understand.
I think you're making a huge mistake if you're considering, the expanding the one bus service to include another 6 hours. Like I said, it's a different kind of travel, as you
it
well
is.
know. Different between going around town on non-rush hour hours and commuting. This is what it is, it's commuting.
We really can't use the current driver, that's not going to.
No,
Or the
no.
current bus.
How much was
And
the
it
bus?
seems that the bond won't allow us to use the
56.
current bus.
So the bus was 56,000?
60.
Do you think we'd make that up with permits?
No.
How do you know? 100 residents?
And
$50.
First of all, I'm not sure how, let's say we're gonna go from 6 to 9 o'clock in the morning, bringing people to the bus stop.
Yeah.
What happens on that 7 o'clock run when it's all backed up, and instead of being a 20-minute run, it's a 40-minute run?
Yeah.
What happens to those commuters? The same thing that's gonna happen to them when they take the bus now.
Yeah.
The service is so lousy. You really wanna get into the bus business?
No, we don't.
This is totally different from
We
the
don't.
seniors
Would
bus.
it be better to look for an outside person and sort of
The
assist
problem is they're
them
not there. I mean, Lauren,
assist them in
I'm
getting
not
this
making fun of
service,
the
creating this
suggestion.
service?
It would be admirable to be able to provide, we're suffering, our commuters are suffering, and people may not move here or may move out of town because the commute is so bad. I just don't think it's our place, or we have the ability to provide this kind of service, unfortunately.
I don't understand why not.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's not that cost prohibitive. Many of our residents have asked for better ways to commute from our town. It would bring people in for new houses who say, I only want to live in a place that's easy to commute to New York City. We're losing people to towns that have trains. The light rail isn't built yet. We're, looking for
never gonna be
environmentally
built.
friendly ways. I don't think this is unheard of.
It's dead.
Not in
You
my
can't use the
lifetime.
current vehicle.
I understand that, but I'm
And if
saying,
you
so
get-
consider another option.
Why don't we do this? I mean, I'm
What does
willing to
transportation
spend another half hour on this now,
No,
or I can call a meeting of the Transportation Committee and
Yeah.
ask.
That would be the
That's
best
the
way.
next move, Mayor, do
Then
that.
let's do that.
Thanks, you're not going to the meeting, I have to go.
No, she
Mayor?
wants to get rid of this meeting, she wants to, you get the
That would be a
transportation.
great idea.
Make sure
Call
I'm
the
not here.
Transportation Committee, tell them what Susan explained, see what they come up with. So Howard Sidon is a proponent of this, and he's the one who raised it.
Got
So
it.
you could speak with him.
Next on the agenda,
Oh, IT assistance.
IT assistance.
We could do this next week, but you
Good.
know my feeling on software. I don't think that the Board of Ed should be running our IT. I think it would behoove us to.
Oh, my gosh.
No, don't.
Oh, my
Don't
gosh,
even
you are
go
so
there.
off on that.
Don't even go
You
there.
don't have any idea what it would cost for us to run our own IT.
I think that the
Don't try and change the whole world, really.
Mayor, I find your comment rude. This is
Well,
on the agenda because I
It's
think
5
that
after
there's been
11, and
problems.
I find this, some of this stuff a little over the top. We don't,
I don't think it's over the top. We
we
are
still
spending
have,
a lot
we
of
still have
money.
a regular public meeting and a closed session,
Okay.
which is very important, and we're gonna
And
end
so
up
is-
doing it at 12 o'clock.
Okay.
And that's not right.
So is some of this.
What's the agenda timing?
I have spoken to some of our employees. There's been some issues in IT. You guys may speak to the employees at Borough Hall. I think it's something we should explore.
What's the agenda timing?
Oh, agenda timing, I still would like the agendas earlier to us. I know.
I can't provide it early, and I surveyed all Bergen County towns, and everybody provides it Friday before Tuesday meeting. Elmwood Park, 2 days.
Here's what I don't need. I don't need the bills. We can do that.
I need
quick.
the bills.
Fort
No, but
Lee, the day
I'm with
before
you.
the meeting.
But I need like the work order and to be considered issues so I can research them. Can we do just a portion of it?
Some
Is
of
that
it,
allowed?
some of it I don't get until the deadline. A lot of times I'm on the phone
Yeah, but you can tell them,
saying, you missed the deadline.
but Lizette, you
Supposed to
can
be
tell them
Friday.
it's not here, it's
No,
not gonna
it's
be.
not, we changed it
You can tell
to
them
3
it's not,
business days before.
if it's not here, you're not gonna have it.
Oh, I have. I've told people, too bad, so sad, it's not going on.
Yeah, and the same
Plenty of
thing with the
times.
expenses. Like Lauren said, it doesn't, I need the expense
No,
because
the
I need the.
expenses, since
Yeah.
we moved, providing the agenda, because this year, with holidays and whatnot, the meeting days have been all over the place. I have the agenda to you 3 business days before the meeting.
Okay.
That has moved up a day, which moves up finance 2 days, which moves up all the department heads to make sure their POs are in.
Good,
Why
that's
don't you
good.
speak to Shama, and she'll explain how the world went on when the agenda wasn't here as
Yeah.
quickly as it is now, and somehow it all got done.
Yeah, well, that's
Ju-
what we
Just
are.
very quickly, on the vacant land, I think I mentioned to you folks that there's a sliver of land on Norman Place
Yeah.
that one of the adjacent property owners would want to buy. Now, we've run into a little bit of a snag, because on our tax records, on our tax map, the sliver is shown as being 10 feet wide and 244 feet long. They, on my behalf, they hired an assessor who did a survey, and the assessor says it's 2 feet wide by 244, which basically is 1/5 the size. So the assessed value on the property on our tax records is $24,000. They came up with an assessed value of $5,600, which is accurate and reasonable if the property is 1/5 the size. So now this is back to our engineer, who's got to figure out, A, which is the dimension, and if it's 2 feet, what happened to the other 8 feet? We'll report back to you soon, because I know the neighbor is quite anxious to move this along, because they want to buy the property, and, it would enable them, if it's 10 feet wide, it would enable them to build a wider house. If it's 2 feet wide, it's just a little window dressing.
Whatever they want.
That's good.
Done with the
We
work
approved the
session.
minutes. Now we're going to the pub.
You have to adjourn the work session to.
Motion to adjourn the work session.
Is there a new business?
Yes, that's in the regular meeting.
Okay.
All right.
What do you want?
Do we need a
Second,
motion?
second.
We can go right into the,
Aye.
Yes.
Second.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Okay.
So
all right, now we're in the public meeting.
consent agenda.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda,
So moved.
as, without that one bill. Second,
Second,
please call the roll.
Councilmember Bosch?
Yes.
Councilmember Dean?
yes.
Councilmember Heaton?
Yes.
Okay, we have one public hearing on ordinance 18-23. Is that something you're gonna read,
Yes,
Lisette, or do
yes.
I ask them for a motion first?
23,
The following ordinance published herewith was first read by title only on October 23rd, 2018, and posted on the bulletin board of the lobby of the Municipal Center. Ordinance number 18-23, an ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 35 of the revised general ordinances of the Borough of Tenafly entitled Land Development Regulations, and more particularly amending sections 35-716, 35-718, -35-721.8, -35-721.12, 35-721.13, and by adding new sections 35-721.15 and 35-721.16. A motion to.
A motion to approve?
so moved.
Second.
Second. Well, do we want public comment on this ordinance? Any public comment on this ordinance?
None. Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bosch?
Yes.
Councilmember Deaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Heaton?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, under new business, we have introduction of any ordinances here?
Oh, a lot of ordinances.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Ordinances 1824 through 28 have to deal with the COA settlement, in
Any
which, and 1827 and 28, I have to do a notice for all the property owners within 200 feet of these districts. 1829 is to establish mandatory direct deposit as per the chief financial officer. And 1830 is a bond ordinance for the senior center parking lot improvements. It is reimbursable from a CDBG grant for the construction. But we got the award and we have to have this done before June of 2019.
A motion, please?
I had a question. Just don't kill me, Susan. I was thinking about, I had a question on the direct deposit ordinance. Is there any opportunity for a resident to have an out on that? So if they come to you and say, we cannot do direct deposit, we have the money to pay our taxes and can demonstrate it, is there any opportunity for them to pay?
No, this for
for the
employees.
Oh, I thought this was the
Like
direct
if you
deposit
don't-
of paying taxes.
No, that's
No,
ACH.
You could tell I didn't read it yet.
That's ACH when we take it out.
Oh, okay,
I don't
okay.
even
Mandatory direct deposits for the employees.
Oh, yeah, then no
I don't even understand
questions.
why we have a resolution on that.
But for
Some
the-
people still get pay stubs.
Yeah, but why does it have to be approved by the, okay, forget it.
Don't ask.
Yeah.
That's the last time.
Why do we have
It
to
has to be
approve
an
it?
ordinance. In order to do it, it has to be by ordinance, which requires 2 readings.
So I'll entertain a
I have
mo-
to read the titles.
Oh, read 'em,
I'm
Marie,
helping
read 'em.
Annie
Don't forget
out.
the dashes.
Read all the titles?
Yes.
Oh.
Don't forget the dashes.
Ordinance 18-24, an ordinance to amend Article 11, the revised general ordinance of the Borough of Tenafly entitled Affordable Housing Ordinance Provisions. Ordinance 18-25, an ordinance to amend Article 7 of the revised general ordinance of the Borough of Tenafly entitled Housing Rehabilitation Program Ordinance Provisions. Ordinance number 18-26, an ordinance to create a new Article 14 of the revised general ordinance of the Borough of Tenafly entitled Mandatory Affordable Housing Set Aside. Ordinance number 18-27, an ordinance to amend Chapter 8 of the revised general ordinance of the Borough of Tenafly entitled Zoning Regulations, creating a new MFI2 multifamily inclusionary housing district 2 and a new MFI3 multifamily inclusionary housing district 3 and a new MFI4 multifamily inclusionary housing district 4. Ordinance number 18-28, an ordinance to amend Chapter 8 of the revised general ordinance of the Borough of Tenafly entitled Zoning Regulations, creating a new AHO3 Affordable Housing Overlay Zone District Number 3, a new AHO4 Affordable Housing Overlay District Zone Number 4, a new AHO5 Affordable Housing Overlay District Zone Number 5, a new AHO5 Affordable Housing Overlay Zone District Number 5, a new AHO6 Affordable Housing Overlay Zone District Number 6, a new AHO7 Affordable Housing Overlay Zone District Number 7, a new AHO3 Affordable Housing, oh no, that should be an 8.
Yeah, right.
Overlay Zone District Number 8, a new AHO9 Affordable Housing Overlay Zone District Number 9, a new AHO, that's duplicate,
The numbering might be off on that one.
yes, 10 and 11, and I'm just too tired to keep
Let me
reading this.
read the next two.
No, ordinance number 18-29, an ordinance of the Borough of Tenafly, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, to mandate direct deposit for municipal employees of the Borough of Tenafly, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, pursuant to NJSA 52:14-15F. Ordinance number 18-30, a bond ordinance providing for senior center parking lot improvements by the Borough of Tenafly, appropriating $28,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $26,000 in bonds and notes of the borough to finance part of the cost thereof.
Good job.
A motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember
Yes.
Brown? Councilmember Deaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayden?
Yes.
You gotta admit, the roll's a lot quicker. Anybody wanna have committee reports? Max, you have anything?
I don't have any.
Shama?
Yes, I was at the senior center board meeting this morning there, and not too much to report. We already talked about the emergency management situation that came up. I just wanted to announce that there is going to be the Arts and Crafts Fair at the Senior Center November 26th. And there's a luncheon at the center on November 15th. That's past, right?
Correct. I hope you
Yeah.
plan on attending.
I don't. Other than that, they're very happy with the AV equipment, which they got a very good deal on, the big television screen, and
Maybe you should let them buy our trucks.
I think so. And the center will be closed on December 7th for a trip. That's it.
Lauren, you have anything?
The welcoming committee met today. They would like to have us consider increasing their budget to include advertising. We can discuss that later, but that was one of the hot issues today, as discussed. The rec department met. I think things are in good shape there. But there is still the issue of timing on the use of our facilities in the fields. The Chamber of Commerce met and mostly discussed the theater issue, so I think we can we can put that away. The youth center attempted to vote today before 6:30, except Mark was unavailable during that time, so I need that set on the calendar. I need a date for that meeting.
Well, the good news about the Youth Services Committee is after years of cajoling Mark, he's given me 5 names. So, so I'm
Great,
looking forward to
great.
actually having a committee next year.
That's great news.
Yeah, I think so.
And zoning met, they approved the T-Mobile application, from what I understand, and I didn't get to go to the meeting because we had our meeting at the same time.
Okay, I know you're all gonna be disappointed if there's no mayor's remarks tonight. But I would assume that you'll,
Did you just tell me it was 11 and I couldn't do my issues?
all right, those are the only remarks. I stand corrected. I'll entertain a motion to go, read the closed session, please.
Resolved in compliance with NJSA 10:4-12, the mayor and council will go into closed executive session. Discuss the following matters. First is attorney-client privilege matter concerning the Kentville Swim Club lease. And the next is some collective bargaining matters. One, contract negotiations update, and the last 2 are personnel matters involving 1, vacant positions, and 2, disciplinary action. Minutes to be taken of this meeting. Release to the public at the time the matter is resolved. It's closed. Executive session, the mayor and council will reconvene in the Richard D. Wilson Committee Room to adjourn this public meeting.
Motion, please.
Motion.
All, a second?
Aye.
All in favor? See you inside.
No.
Mark?
I thought I'd see a smile when I walked in the door. Thought those arms of yours would be open wide, but where they were before. Why do you look at me like I'm some stranger tonight? Why do you pull away when you used to hold me so tight? Don't you love me anymore? Have you learned to live your life without me? Don't you love me anymore? When did the fire go out? Where